How's it going, creeps? Welcome back to Cinema Creep and Gruesome Game Night. So it is Tuesday, so it is our Gruesome Game Night here at Cinema Creep, which you guys know every Tuesday night we we stream a new horror game. So we're trying a couple new things here tonight, so not totally sure how it's going to look, how things are going to hold up, but trying to vertical stream to YouTube as well as horizontal stream. It looks like for some reason I'm only vertical streaming. So I don't know what's up with that. Because it started out as horizontal stream, now we're vertical. No clue why. So I don't know. Every time I try something new, it is trial and error. But welcome back. And Yaz, glad to see you out there. Nick and Boom Squad.
Hail to the king.
Shout out to you guys for already coming in and hanging out. So if you're new here, this is Cinema Creep. We talk about all things vile, disgusting, and downright terrifying in the world of horror cinema. Regular videos with, some YouTube shorts and some live streams mixed in there. So, Frank, what is up? So for some reason, I'm trying to do this dual stream where I'm streaming vertical and horizontal here to YouTube. I've got no clue why it's only showing vertical, or I assume it's only showing vertical for you guys, because that's what I see. So let me see if there is a reason why this is happening. I probably can't mess with it during the stream because of, the way this works. Let me see here. I wish it would just let me click it back and forth in between them. But that's not going to happen. Okay, give me 1 second, chat. So, while you guys are waiting on me to get my stuff together, have you guys watched any good new movies as of lately? I gotta say, I watched a pretty good one. Well, I don't want to call it pretty good. But it was okay. I watched Smile 2 the other morning. And let me tell you guys, I was pretty bought into that movie all the way up until the end. So if you've seen it, you probably know what I'm talking about. But once the end hit, I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. They really decided to ruin this movie at the very end. Because it was pretty gnarly up until then. Have any of you guys seen Smile 2? Nick watched the original Pet Cemetery. Part of Nosferatu, worst platform ever. Was that on Prime? Jet, what's up? Glad that you're here. So again, if you guys are just getting in here, like I said, I was trying to do this dual stream thing to where I'm streaming vertically to YouTube and horizontal, and it looks like for some reason it's just showing you guys the horizontal stream, and I don't think I can fix it while we're streaming, so it might just be a horizontal or a vertical stream tonight, which is going to be a little bit different. Now, if you're not into that, then go over to Twitch. Boom Squad said that Twitch is, going to be your regular horizontal stream. So surprisingly, Frank, the main character for Smile 2 was actually pretty solid. I think she did a pretty good job. So I think that this vertical stream thing, I think I just mixed up the stream keys or something. I have to have 2 different stream keys. I think I use the same one. I'm not sure about what to do, because every time I do something new, it's kind of like a hit or miss for me. So with that, I started a new series on the Cinema Creep channel tonight. I don't know if you guys saw that video uploaded like 10-15 minutes ago. Every Tuesday I am going to upload a video, a little short YouTube video talking about a different VHS tape, right? Showing the artwork, talking about the movie, and it was I think it was a cool little video. So I'm going to start doing those every week But those will be our Tape Tuesdays. So you watch it on a free movie service, streaming service, and it was too awful to recommend. Yeah. So let me see. Smile 2, it's all right. Yeah, Smile 2 was okay. It just sucked that they killed it with the ending. So that kind of hurt my feelings a little bit about it, but you know, what can you do? What can you do? I really wish I could fix this stream. I hate being vertical. You guys can't even see what's playing on the VHS. Or what VHS is playing on the VCR back here. And I put one on there specifically to see if you guys would be able to get it. And I know it's one of Boom Squad's favorite horror movies. So I figured we would see if he was here tonight, which he is, see if he'd be able to get whatever this movie is. Let me see. Let me look here real quick. It is not Django. I wish I had Django on VHS. You know, if anybody out there has Django on VHS, you know, I'd buy it. I'd buy it. Send it my way. I'm sure I can find a bootleg of it. Okay, let me see. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to mess with this, I think, while I'm streaming. Yep, can't change these settings while I'm live. Perfect. Perfect. So you guys could click through to the Twitch stream if you don't want to watch me vertical, because it looks like we're gonna be vertical tonight. Also, click through to the Twitch and see if you can figure out what this movie is playing on the TV, and then come back. You know, y'all, you can never have too many VHS, and something about just having that physical intangible product, right? That physical media in your hands. And in VHS, just one, bringing back all the nostalgia. Two, just having the coolest cover art, you know. And three, to me, I think VHS tapes are durable. I just prefer them over, you know, DVDs and Blu-rays. You know, I just love them. Just love them. They look good on the shelf, better than a Blu-ray, better than a DVD, in my opinion. So, you know, absolutely love VHS. So that's what our Tape Tuesdays is going to be all about. You know, the ode, the love letter to VHS tapes. So tonight we're going to be playing Resident Evil 4. We played it a little bit last Gruesome Game night, but we didn't get very far on it. I got a little frustrated. We stopped playing it, but tonight, full force into Resident Evil 4, and it's going to be interesting to see how it looks vertical. Probably like shit, but it is what it is at this point, chat. I can't fix anything about it. So, it is a sort of a Friday the 13th movie. So, here we go. If you guys know Boom Squad, some of you do, some of you don't. Some of you have been in chat talking to this fool before. But if you know Boom Squad Gaming, this is his favorite Friday the 13th movie that is playing on this TV that you cannot see. No, I can't even move the camera that way because my monitor's blocking it. There we go. See, I gave it away. Frank knows it is Freddy vs. Jason. So, yep. Freddy vs. Jason, VHS. This is Boom Squad's favorite Friday the 13th movie. It's fun. This is a fun one. It's really, really stupid, but it's fun. You know, what year did this one come out? Does anybody know off the top of their head? I feel like I should know this, but I don't. Come on, this is really going to go make me look it up. I can't even see a date on the back of this anywhere. It's not even like a copyright date. Hey, creeps, what year did Freddy vs. Jason come out? Could somebody look that up? Yep, it is Freddy vs. Jason. So you play your DVDs on an old-ass laptop from the 90s. Sick. Freddy vs. Jason, best Freddy, and second best Jason. Okay. Um, it's a hot take. It's a hot take, but it's not a terrible take. Frank says stoner character is his favorite in that movie. Jeez, who plays the stoner in this movie? I know that actor. I can't think of who it is that plays him, though. Oh, 2003. Thanks, Nick. Frank. Yeah, so 2003. Holy crap. I was a junior in high school in 2003. Seemed like just yesterday. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with hot takes. You know, nothing wrong with some hot takes. At least you have an opinion. You know, this vertical streaming thing is so strange. So strange. Not totally stoked on it, but like I said, it is what it is. So I wish I could freaking change it. So we're going to do a snack check real quick, and then we're going to hop into Resident Evil 4. What are you guys snacking on tonight? I've got coffee. Sadly, not in a Cinema Creep mug. It's in this super gnarly jack-o'-lantern mug. And if you know me, you know I'm all about those trolly sour gummy worms. So that's what I got. Has anybody else got any snacks ready? Nick has got Rice Krispie treats and Pepsi. Can't go wrong there. Pepsi does the body good. Holy hell. This vertical stream is throwing my entire vibe off here. Jet's got Ritz crackers. Again, you can't go wrong with Ritz crackers. It's a good snack. You're just going to have some drink. Locked and loaded. And Nick, he loves Ritz crackers. If there's one thing I know about Nick, it's that he has a lot of Cinema Creep mugs. He likes horror movies, and he loves Ritz crackers. Do you, Boom Squad, do you like... Here's what I would do if I was you. See, I don't vape, so this may be stupid. This may sound absolutely dumb and make no difference. But I would drink my Mountain Dew down to about half the bottle, and then I would, I guess, hit your vape. Is that what you guys say? Hit the vape. And then I would blow the smoke into the Mountain Dew bottle with drink still in it and close it. And then I would, next time I want to drink, I would go back and I would open it up with the smoke and the drink in there, and I would have whatever smoke flavor, vapor flavor, whatever it's fucking called, flavored Mountain Dew. Does that work? You should try that. I think that's a new technique. Invented by Cinema Creep. 2025. And Jet will skip food for sodas. Sometimes that's all you need. Oh, well, your vape is Baja Splash. Okay, so you just need two different flavors, I guess. So let me tell you guys this, okay? Here is, when I moved to North Carolina, a long time ago, right? I live in North Carolina, which is in the southern part of the United States. You know, if you're not aware for whatever reason, people tune in from all over the place. And I'm not from here, right? Kind of grew up here, I guess you could say, my teenage years and now my adult life. But I remember one of my first jobs, I saw this guy, right? And he was driving a forklift in this warehouse, okay? And he was drinking Sundrop, right? If you don't know Sundrop, it's like a citrusy kind of soda, whatever, right? And he poured peanuts inside his Sundrop, inside the liquid, like a pack of peanuts. And he let the peanuts sit in that Sundrop the entire, like, however long he had the soda, right? And then once he got done with the soda, he had these Sundrop flavored peanuts in his soda that he would tip up and he would eat. This was the most country, southern, redneck thing I have ever seen, but it's genius. It is so genius. So I've never seen Coke. I've seen Cheerwine and I've seen Sundrop. So yeah. So if you guys are ever looking for some sort of, I guess, weird thing to try, there's that. It kind of reminds me of what we were talking about with Boom Squad and his vape and his Baja Blast. Just says it's supposed to be Dr. Pepper. Nut drops. So Dr. Pepper is the soda of choice, and then really we've talked about this before. Dr. Pepper's like here, and I would say not even in second place, but right here, like scraping the bottom, right, is Pepsi. Pepsi's like trying to bust through, right? It's kind of like this, Dr. Pepper still wins, but Pepsi's like fucking right there. And then like for me, if we're looking at top 5 kind of sodas, right? So Dr. Pepper's number 1. What else do we got? We got Pepsi, like I said, is right there. I'm a huge root beer fan. Like root beer is it's got to be like number 3 or number 4. And then it would have to be like either like a cherry Dr. Pepper or cherry Pepsi, but we won't count those. We'll just call those Pepsis and Dr. Peppers. It would have to be a Baja Blast. So it would be Dr. Pepper, number 1, Pepsi, number 2, Baja Blast, number 3, root beer, and then cherry lemon sundrop. I don't ever drink cherry lemon sundrop. I drank it for the first time in a long time about 2 weeks ago, and that shit is like drinking gasoline. It is wild. So if you've ever drank cherry lemon sundrop, you know what I'm talking about. It is so sweet. It is so good. And you have to chug it. You just have to chug it. You said, Jet said Barks root beer or it's fake root beer. That is the superior root beer. Like A&W root beer and Mug root beer has nothing on Barks root beer. So Boom Squad's got a P. So, Boom Squad, you go ahead and you go do that. But, Nick, I do drink Gatorade. Gatorade is phenomenal. It's not good for you. It really doesn't do anything for you if you're trying to like replenish yourself after working out or doing a sport or something. But it's good. Root beer is not trash. You know what I mean? Like even the little root beer candies. If you've ever had like the little root beer like barrel candies, oh my god. That's enough to make me just like, I don't know. We'll keep it PG. But the root beer candies, I would forego food for the root beer candy. Not like a root beer is not even a mountain. That's a little bitch hill. You can't not like root beer. Root beer floats, again, that is a delicacy, right? If you want to enjoy life, right, have a root beer float. Sorry guys, I'm trying to turn this light on up here. For some reason it turned on and then it went off. So yeah, if you want to enjoy life, have a root beer float. Well, see, Boom Squad, that's where we differ, right? Like, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with you not liking root beer. Nothing wrong with you rather wanting to drink a beer. But me, I don't drink beer. So, root beer it is. And if you get a root beer in the bottle, shoo. As a kid, you would get a root beer in the bottle and you'd walk around and you'd be like pretending that you had a beer. That's the way to do it. And you know what's absolutely wild? That as a kid, right? Like, I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do anything. But as a kid, I would get root beer in the bottle, and I'd be like, oh, look, looks like I'm drinking beer. I'm so cool, Mom. Look at me. I'm just like you. And then, like, I would also get candy cigarettes. And it's wild that as kids, I don't know if they sell them anymore. I think they're just candy sticks now. But as kids, they had candy cigarettes, right? And they look like cigarettes. They had, of course, they were kind of like white and chalky, but they had like a little like fake looking filter on the end, and then you could blow on them and they would blow out like dust. And just walk around smoking candy cigarettes, and I'm like 7 years old. I got my blonde mullet, just fucking out here, just like vibing with a can shoved in my BMX tire like it's a motorcycle, smoking my candy cigarette, blonde mullet flowing, root beer bottle. Yeah, wild. Wild, wild. For what? You know what I mean? Like, for what? To pretend to be an adult? We all know how much of a trap that was. It's like, I want to pretend to have addictions so I can feel cool. You would chew the 5-foot long bubble gum? Yeah, that 5-foot long bubble gum. There we go. There was a problem with my light. They're battery powered and like regular wall power. So I can either turn them on via the light, but when that dies, I have to actually hit the power. So I guess it died via the battery. So baseball card worked on the bike, right? So it would put it on the spoke and brrr, or you could run over a soda can, right? And it would lodge in the front tire and kind of curve around it, and it would make the same sound. Well, it would make kind of a different sound, but it would sound like a different type of, motorcycle kind of deal. So sick. Anybody else have anything else they were into when they were a kid? You would have the big league chew, put it in your lip like you got chewing tobacco in there. Listen here, Boom Squad. Listen to me. Now you're talking my language. You're talking about nickel nip, son. The wax bottle candy. Yes. Yes, sir. I still eat those. My wife still buys me those. Like, if she goes in the convenience store and she sees the nickel nips, the little wax bottle candies, she always buys it for me. And then you stick it all in there, and then now you just got this big wad of wax that you're chewing on. But it's got like the sweetest, best tasting liquid known to man in those little wax bottles. Yeah. Oh, the freaking beef jerky in the dip can? Yeah. Yeah. That was the shit. Yeah, the beef jerky. And it was always like the best, like, ground up beef jerky, too. Probably just like the worst shavings off the animal. Probably they like were like sweeping it off the ground in the freaking in the place where they butcher the beef, the cattle. And but it tastes good. It's like sawdust consistency too. Like, a lot of times I would just find myself just like tilting up the can and just eating it. Yeah, Big League Chew was awesome. So now it's obviously for me, Trolley Sour Bright Crawlers, or gummy worms, whatever you want to call it. These guys here. So that's my vice. Mallow cups. So we got mallow cups for sale in the break room at our job. When I say us, I'm talking about me and Boom Squad. They're 49 cents. Every once in a while, I slide in the break room when I'm not supposed to. Get me a mallow cup for 49 cents. Give me a 5-hour energy drink and keep on trucking. Sometimes that's all you need. Just to get you through, the hour. You're talking about the Meemaw candies, Boom Squad. Love those strawberry wrapped little hard candies. Those are awesome. Awesome, awesome. Those are the candies that nobody knows where to buy. Nobody knows where to get those. You just find them. Am I in the 90s? I wish. It's one Mallow cup. It's this big. They're individually wrapped, and they sell them for 49 cents. Them loose purse candies. Yeah, those are what people's mamaws have. Mamaws have the little strawberry candies, and people's papaws got the Werther's Originals. Frank, you don't trust them? You think you're gonna get like roofied from the old church lady? You're gonna wake up with your stomach stitched back together in the back of a church somewhere? Yo, dots are excellent. Like when we get Halloween candy, we always get like the big bags, and then you got the little the little dots boxes. I love those. You just dump them up and have like 3 or 4 and just eat them all at once. Coffee candy. I fuck with anything coffee related. Just saying. Just to be clear, if it's coffee, tastes like coffee, if it's coffee adjacent, I'm here for it. All right, creeps, let's crank up this Resident Evil 4 and see if see if I can make some headway on this. You know what I messed up on last time? Oh, look at that. Yaz knows where to get the grandma candy, so you guys got a plug here. You know what I messed up last time on Resident Evil 4? This is one of those little areas that you play in Resident Evil games. Resident Evil 8 was just like this in one part, where it just seems unbeatable, and it's not supposed to be beatable. You're supposed to just run around until a cutscene happens. Like, you're not supposed to beat all these farmers that are like kicking your ass. You know what I mean? That's what I messed up on last time. I was like, why can't I beat this? And it's because it can't be beaten. Alright, so check this out, guys. Let's see how this looks vertical. Again, sorry for this whole issue. So you see this little bar right here above my head. This is our February subscriber goal, right? We're currently at like 703. I'm going to try to make it to 800, which is a very steep freaking goal for me. But it's the plan, creeps. Here we go. Here we go. You killed all these farmers? I'm pretty sure... I was looking at why this shit was so hard, Boom Squad. I'm pretty sure that you're just supposed to run around until you get to a cutscene. But I guess we're going to find out. Maybe I do have to kill them all. Alright, this guy's about to go up in flames. Alright. As much as I like watching him burn through my binoculars, we're gonna turn that off. I need this plant here. And I need to go kill this lady. Mamaw, I need them purse candies. Alright, boys. No. I gotta remember the buttons. Just get to the shotgun as fast as I can. That's the plan. Alright. Dodge Ram Hemi. Gotta love the name. Alright, I know there's a bookcase here. I remember this from last time. Block that window. Oh shit. Don't do it. Okay. So. Holy hell. Okay. That is true. Bullets are finite. So Yaz is doing some drawing. Drawing some hand anatomy. Hands are one of those things that like are hard to draw. Hard to draw. I look like a Pokemon card. Hey creeps, if I was a Pokemon, what would be my Pokemon name? Alright. We're gonna get past this tonight. I just can't let that chainsaw guy get so close to me. Figured out your style when it comes to hands. That's good, because hands are rough. Alright, let's skip this cutscene. Don't want to watch that again.
My lucky day.
It's the same Boom Squad channel, same Boom Squad time. Styles hiding the hands. Like, why are your drawings? Are they sitting on their hands, Jet? Holy shit. Holy shit, I just got uppercutted by an old lady. Oh shit. No, come on, damn it. Oh gosh, I'm trying to run here. Moodrew attacks with Pimp Limp. Alright. Why do I have to suck so bad? Why? Problem is staying out of the group here. You know, I think I'm getting too close inside, like, their bullshit. Okay. So I keep wanting to watch the Wolfman movie, creeps, but it's still $25 to watch it. And I'm scared that I think it's going to be trash. Do you guys know if it's worth $25 or not? The new Wolfman? Grandpa.
It's my lucky day.
It tells me the wrong button to press every time and it fucks me up. It says to press X, but what it means is A.
Oh, nice.
Get that grenade. Oh shit. How'd you get up here so fast? Get the fuck off me. Oh shit, is this a dead end? Nope. Hang on, I need to craft some stuff here. Yeah, I think I was aged out of Pokemon right before it became big. It's on streaming, Jet. This was a bad move. I instantly regret my decision.
Present for you.
God damn.
Sorry.
Shit ass. Oh, this goddamn dead end. Yeet. Alright, hang on, chat. Sorry, I'm kind of non-present right now. Give me a minute. I am. Oh my. Come on. You've got to be shitting me. Overpowered by an 80-year-old man. Oh my god. I'm also very behind on movies, if it's not apparent from the lack of videos on the channel. So I'll pay $25 for a movie that I know is good on streaming, or like it's something I really want to see. Wolfman, I've had my doubts about from the very beginning because, you know, because the way that the Wolfman actually looked. See, I can't get hyped to watch Wolfman. I can't get hyped to watch the new Street Trash. Give me those strawberry candies. Alright, let's go ahead and let's craft this. Alright. All I want is to just beat this part. And that's it. That's all I want. I love Werther's Originals. At Halloween time, they have the what is it, the caramel apple ones or whatever they are. Delicious. All right, let's kick this fucking guy out of here. Kiss my ass. Get our boomstick. Get our grenade. Switch to the shotgun. Mother, bitch. I'm out of here. Oh shit, I don't want to do that. Nope. Not again. Not again. Not again. Not again. So Boom Squad, what game are you playing on your stream tomorrow? Let's talk about that, because that's the real question here. Oh, that's sick that you live on a street where everyone does Halloween. I'm already thinking about Halloween this coming year. What I'm gonna do. And it's so far away, but, you know, I'm gonna do something maybe different this year. Come on. Push that shit.
Oh, nice.
Get out of here. Wait a minute, did I really kill that guy? No, I didn't. I don't think so, bitch. Oh, you... He does think so. Oh my god. Boom Squad. Why can I not get past this? I just need a minute to breathe in this game. Rabbit from Donnie Darko and tell people that the world will end. That's, the rabbit's name is Frank, isn't it? Am I remembering correctly? Jet, why were you thinking about black market organs? Is that what Blood Salvage is about? I don't think I've seen that. Frank, I can't believe you've never seen Donnie Darko. You watch it now, you're gonna be like, this shit's cheesy, but if you would have watched it, like, during the early 2000s, you would have been like, this is amazing. It's still pretty good, but it won't have the same effect. You know what movie's a lot of fun? Yep, 1408's a good movie, Nick. I'm gonna tell you guys what movie's a lot of fun, and I hated it when it came out, but I've watched it like probably 5 times since then, because my wife plays it a lot, and actually I've grown to really like it. And I'm talking about Lisa Frankenstein. That movie is actually pretty good. It's written really well. You little bitch.
Oh, sorry.
I don't want to stab him, I want to run. I'm scared. So I didn't like it originally, Frank, but I've watched it about 5 or 6 times because my wife puts it on a lot. And when I sit down and I watch it, I'm like, this is actually a genius movie. Like, it is written really, really well. And to me, it's like a lot of fun, especially if you're like a young woman. I think it would really speak to you. But furthermore, I mean, it's just good. I don't think I understood kind of like the humor and stuff they were going for when I first watched it. I mean, this shit's hard. I'm trapping myself. That motherfucker just comes out of nowhere. No. You're shitting me. Las Vegas Frankenstein. Let me see. You replaced all of your shoelaces with ribbon. That's strange. Holy crap. I'm sick of playing this same thing over and over and over again. Boom Squad. If you've beat this, how the hell do I beat this? This seems unbeatable. Unbeatable. This is the whole game right here. This is all it is. Once you beat this, the game's over. Or at least that seems like it to me. It's not true, but... I know, this is literally just the start. This is the very, very start. This is the first scene. And I don't understand why I can't get past this part. I guess I just need to shoot him more instead of running, maybe, I guess. Because I'm not doing good at either. I feel like we watched the Clowns in a Cornfield trailer together. Maybe we didn't. Holy shit. Holy shit. That was close.
Present for you. Are you feeling this? One down.
Damn it. I don't have nothing. I don't have any ammo. We are what you would call lay fucked. This is not good. Shit. Brown chicken egg. That's not gonna do shit for us.
You gotta be kidding me.
Get the fuck out of here. See, there we go. There's that bell thing.
Huh?
See, I knew it. I knew you didn't have to beat this, Chad. I knew I just had to run around long enough. We did it. We did it.
Hail to the king, baby.
We did it. Boom Squad, you lied to me. I knew I didn't have to kill all those fucking people. God, I need some more gummy worms. Shit's about to get wild, chat. Boom Squad, what did you say you were going to play? Did you ever figure out, or did I miss it?
Bingo.
Oh man, see, we just now made it to the title card. It took 30 minutes. Wow. And now maybe I can walk around and
Roost to Condor 1. I've identified a route to the lake. Look for a large windmill. There's a path on the far side of it.
Windmill. Copy that.
I'm dying.
Be careful. Roost out.
What do you mean? I'm dying. Send help. Okay. You said an egg is for health. Can I just like eat that? Oh, look at that. That egg made us feel all better. All better. Get some more ammo. Let's see what else we can find in this fucked up little village. Another hand grenade. Eggs used to be something that we could have here in America. Now it's just it's a delicacy. $11 a dozen. Pitas. How do you say that as a $8.99 for a dozen eggs. Well, I don't got any kind of anything to get in that place yet. Nope, already been in here. Let's head for the lake. How do I open up this dumbass map? There it is. Alright, the map. It's gonna be hard for you guys to probably see this. If you become lost, you can check your current position. Okay. Alright. Oh no, you guys can see the map pretty good. Alright, so I need to go where the fuck is the lake? That way, I guess. Alright, so I can't do anything in there yet. Boom Squad. Where's Stephen Craig? I need a picture of Stephen Craig holding up today's newspaper. A current picture of him holding up today's newspaper with today's date. I haven't seen or heard from that guy in ages. All right. Why does every fucking thing have to be locked in horror games? It's only a matter of time before I have to go find a valve. Oh, I gotta wait till I have another person. Okay. Is this the way I'm going? Hunter's Lodge. I feel like I came this way. Well, how the fuck am I supposed to know where the lake's at if it doesn't show it on the map? LA doesn't have any newspapers currently in print anymore. Okay. Does that just mean this is a dead end? Or can I go through this gate? Hey, we can go through this gate. I like it.
There it is.
There, what is? I don't want to run into any more, like... I've had raw eggs like that before. Not like on a consistent behavior, but I've had them like that before. It's like as a kid, you would make really nasty shit and mix it together. And like dare your friends to drink it. That's how I've had it. I'm gonna kill this lady, I think.
¿Dónde estás?
Can I not kill her?
¡Agarradlo!
Why couldn't I knife her? God, roundhouse kick grandma to the head. What is this shit right here? Okay, I don't have none of that. Blue request notes. You can take on tasks by collecting the blue request notes posted around different areas. View the requests you've taken in the files menu. For the love of God, will somebody please get rid of the blue medallions those religious lunatics left hanging around? Request, destroy all the blue medallions. And I get 3 spinel. I don't know if I care about that or not. Holy shit. What's the crouch button? There it is. I almost ran straight into that creeps. When I see
Gotta fix everything myself.
When I see a lever, I pull it. Well, that's just standard man behavior. You see a lever, you pull it. You see a bag of dirt, you slap it. Alright, you hillbillies, where you at? Sean Franklin, what's up? Welcome to Cinema Creep.
Hail to the king, baby.
Arkham Asylum, Arkham City. So I played, what was the first one? Arkham Asylum, the one that came out on PS4. I've played that. That one was a lot of fun. Now, I never beat it. I did play it, though. Find the valve and push the red button. Frank, don't troll me, because I know that there's going to be a valve and a red button around here. Is that fucking pig going to attack me? Oh, man. That X button keeps throwing me through a loop. Because it's not even X for me, it's A. Alright, what is this? Pile of bones. I'll take that egg. There has to be a red button, Jet says. I'm sure there is. Let's see if we can find it. There's just old ladies. Holy shit. Oh my gosh, I'm scared for my life. Did that not kill you? She's basically 50 Cent at this point. Hey, there's one of those things.
Blue medallion.
Blue medallion. Alright, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. You know, I probably should have asked her if she knew where the red button was before I killed her. You said your cat is causing a ruckus. I feel like my cats live to destroy.
No good.
What do you mean it's a door? What do you mean it's no good? Okay. Can't go in this way. 'Cause you suck. Green herb. I can't crawl through the window. I still don't know what the hell these things are for. Alright, we're gonna just... get rid of that right now. Yellow. Kevin Conroy for Batman voice and Jason David Frank as Tommy Oliver at Green Rangers, White Rangers. So, I will say this. I want to throw this out there right now. If you were into Power Rangers when you were younger, who was your favorite Ranger? Like when you played Power Rangers with your friends, so I'm going to go ahead and assume that you did, like I did. Who was your favorite Power Ranger? Wait a minute, where does this take me? Boom Squad. Oh, okay. I see. I see what's happening here. There sounds like... Do you guys hear that? Is that a person? Is that a pig? Oh, shit. I really don't want to drop down. Oh, mother. Bitch. Alright, here we go. Why is this a thing that keeps happening to me? Yeah, let's use that. Did he just call me an asshole? This is not real life. Take that.
Sorry.
I don't think so, compadre. Red Ranger says Sean. You think you sleep with your eyes open. I of course like the Green Ranger, right? So the Green Ranger, they would play the little. Was it the Green Ranger? He would play the little flute thing on his sword, or would they play the flute and summon him? I can't remember. Chat, y'all gonna have to tell me. Yaz, someone who's very autistic. I didn't like Power Rangers. I liked reading forbidden gay literature from the 1800s and early 1900s. I was a strange kid. So, I assume you were really into Peter Pan. So, when I was a kid, I would read these books. They were called Make Your Own Adventure books. Does anybody remember those? And you would read a book, and then it would make you make a choice in the book. And if you made, like, choice A, you would skip to, like, page 89, and then you would have a different ending in the book than if you would have chose choice B. Then you would just keep reading. It was, those were a lot of fun when I was a kid. Does anybody remember those?
Won't open.
Of course it won't. Why would it open? Alright, so we got this gear thing, so let's go back to where that lever's at. Hey, there's one of those stupid things. Hey, memory unlocked, huh? Uncut version of a picture of Dorian Gray. So, like, that's like the 50 Shades of Grey stuff, right? I remember those, Nick, and the reason I remember those is because they're named after New York hardcore band Madball. And Madball is a super gnarly band. I like them a lot. Alright, so what the hell did this lever do? Did it open that gate? Had to have, right? That steel gate. Because if it didn't, I want a refund. Hey, it did. Okay, good. Alright, Daddy's here. So you said your kids like those books? Yeah, those were. But in real life adventures, not so much. That's funny. That's kind of like describes most kids these days. Has anybody ever listened to the band Madball? New York hardcore? I feel like Frank's listened to Madball for some reason. It had stuff like I liked him in a way no friend should adore their male friends or something like that. Boom Squad, that sounds like you. It's the way I feel about Nicolas Cage. It told me to evade and I didn't evade. It even showed me the button to press. When did I last save my game? Beware of falling rocks. Why is this like real life? Alright. We're gonna evade. Fuck, are they not gonna fall this time? Oh, they were.
Give me a break.
I feel like you did that on purpose, guy. Are they chasing me? Who the fuck has the nerve to be throwing this shit at me right now? I'm gonna eat an egg. Try that shit again. I'm in the tunnel. Youngest daughter asked you how you were gonna F up every outing we went on. She predicted, lost one around for hours. That's funny. Do you hike a lot, Jet? How the... all of this trail, and I step in the one bear trap. Oh my god. Chat. I am the worst. I am the clumsiest freaking... son of a bitch. Why are you guys being so mean? Didn't do nothing to y'all. You're still mad I killed your brother cousin? Good, you can die in those too. Alright, I'll get this combat system figured out. Just a minute, let me see. Can I... oh, it was you. How many tomahawks do you have? Jesus. I hate you guys so much. Okay. Now I gotta watch out for freaking bear traps. That's not a door. Hang on, let me reload. This guy is dynamite. Alright, who the hell trusted Cletus with dynamite? Holy, that shit hit me on the shoulder. Oh, you're kidding me. That's what I get for looking up and running at the same time. I gotta get the fuck out of these woods. I remember those book fairs. I remember I got, one of my favorite things I ever got was I got a poster of a Dodge Viper and hung it on my wall. Wishful thinking. I ain't got no damn keys. Come on. My eyes. Wow. Peepaw, is that you? Glad I looked at that picture. It's time in my life I'll never get back.
What's that noise?
The Hardy Boys books. Frank would get Goosebumps books. The thing about Goosebumps was it was a lot cooler looking, and like you said, than it was actual, you know, reading them. Why? I'm gonna shoot this guy right in his ass. Oh. Yep. And then in the head. And then I'm gonna finish doing what he was doing. Because that makes sense. So I used to get these how to draw books, right? So I would get these how to draw superheroes, or how to draw like sports, or how to draw it was always like a theme, right? And I used to draw a lot. I was really, really big into art when I was younger. Well, pretty much still my whole life, but as a kid, I would just sit in my room for hours and hours and look at comic books and draw comics. Oh, I do have a flashlight. I've always wanted to write a kid's horror book. Not like a novel, but like a picture book.
That hurts, you know? Seemed like you really wanted to talk. How observant, senor. Now, say, you got a smoke? You know, those things will kill you. Oh, well, maybe just untie me then, huh?
This guy just comes up out of a burlap bag and asks if he has a smoke.
Not this guy! Who are you? Okay, stop right there!
It's Undertaker. Come on. Don't shoot me with that. Don't inject me with whatever that is. I'm pretty sure he just ejected us with, like... Chapter 1 complete. Let's save our progress here. There's nothing wrong with drawing comics, man. That was a lot of fun. I'm back to drawing now, like I said on our last live stream. Drawing digital via the iPad, drawing a little bit with paper and pen, or I will be doing paper and pen again here soon.
It begins now.
Oh, what the fuck? Hey, stop it. Hey, Yankee. Got a name? Leon.
Frank
Quiet type, eh?
I doubt I will ever have a Dodge Viper in my life.
Picked the wrong spot to vacation, eh? Hey,
I wish there was a better,
you move, I move.
you know, story to that.
And I'm beat up enough as it is. I can see you're thinking. Bet you
Yo,
been in
Mad
spots like this
Magazine.
before, huh?
Those were a lot of fun.
I guess you're here looking for someone.
I'm gonna tell you guys what I used to do.
Maybe some missing señorita.
The Viper was red. Just
girl?
standard red sports car.
Talk now. Great. See,
So when I was young, I used to go to the store,
señorita.
go to the magazine aisle, and very early on, like middle school, I would get lowrider magazines
Later,
that had like lowrider cars in them.
dragging someone
I instantly fell in love with like
to the old church.
lowrider cars and like lowrider culture, and it was funny because it was my sneaky way of like getting like a adult magazine, because it always had women that were like in these string bikinis sitting on the lowriders and stuff. I thought I was being smooth saying, oh, I just want it for the cars. I didn't just want it for the cars.
Hey, we're not done here. Later, amigo.
Shit, they took my gear.
All my shit's gone? You gotta be kidding me.
Condor 1 to Roost. I've located Baby Eagle. It sounds like she's being kept in some church.
Baby
Great.
Eagle?
That's good news.
That's Boom Squad.
I heard it from this guy I met. Said his name is Luis Serra. There's something fishy about him. I need you to run a background check.
We'll call Condor 1. I'll see what I can find. In the meantime, make your way to that church.
Right. I'm probably due for confession anyway. Condor 1, out.
True crime magazines. They may have saved your life. I want to hear more about that. I'll take that. Who has my stuff? Okay, here's a dead guy. He has a kitchen knife. You can perform wide sweeping slash attacks with R2. Deliver quick stab attacks with R2 while holding L1. Okay. Took me all that time to get a shotgun. I would love to have like an actual lowrider with hydraulics. If I just had disposable income. Sneak behind an enemy. When you have a knife, you can take them out in a single move without making any noise. That's what we're gonna do. Oh, you're bleeding. Damn it. Parry an attack with L1 prompt appears. Okay. I'm glad I'm stabbing everything except for the guy. Alright. I'm like busy stabbing the walls and shit. Why is he moaning after he's dead? I like that. Makes me feel uncomfortable. It's a sapphire. Alright. Come on. Okay. All right. So you have to go with the 64 Impala, or you got to go with the 64 Impala standard. So I would probably go with Monte Carlo, like a Monte Carlo or a Caprice. Probably a Chevy Caprice, like the old square bodies. A pedo daughter school, and she told me she had... Wow, that's scary. Yeah, that's really scary. Did anybody watch the... Does everybody have Netflix? The Gabby Petito, or whatever the hell that documentary is. Anybody else watch that? Okay, so I see what I gotta do. I gotta...
It's locked.
This is stupid. Alright. It was a good documentary. That's why I bring it up. If anybody hasn't seen it, it's worth watching. Okay, I think I know what's going on here. Maybe. Maybe when that closes, I can open this and then maybe do that.
Won't open.
Maybe. There's a red light.
Oh, good.
Jet, not a red button, but a red light. Alright, so when I hit this valve, it raises that gate out there. No, I don't want it. I don't want to do that.
It's locked.
This is the dumbest thing ever. Nope.
Won't open.
Puzzle won't be that simple, I don't guess. Alright. Yeah, it was the van life couple. It's a good documentary.
It's locked.
Not that door? Oh, okay, so I gotta go through that door. This door? No?
It's locked.
Oh, okay. There's another door. There's... Oh, you fucking kidding me. This is some fucking Texas Chainsaw Massacre bullshit. Hey, there's our stuff.
I'll be taking these back.
Yeah, I'm taking all this shit. And I want this apple. Yeah, I'm glad that guy died too. He was a piece of crap.
Over here, stranger.
Frank, is that you?
Who's that?
That was Frank.
Let's do some business then, eh?
How are the requests coming along? Did you know that you can trade the spindles you receive as a reward for valuable goods? that can't be bought otherwise. We've got loads of useful items, but I recommend you pick up a treasure map the most. These maps detail the locations of the cult's cherished hidden treasures. It took me and the lads a lot of time to find them. With these maps handy, you'll never be skint again. Sure, you may have to venture into some dangerous areas to get them, but you can handle that, right?
Welcome.
Alright, so I can get weapons. I can trade weapons to this guy. Okay.
Got
Okay.
some rare things on sale, stranger.
You stress me out, guy. Okay, let's see what you got. Bolt thrower. Of course, we don't have enough for it.
What you see is what I've got.
Recipe bolts. Recipe for bolts. Let's see.
Why not try your hand at a new gun, stranger? Might save you.
Because I'm too poor.
Will that be next time?
That's why.
Buy something, eh?
I'm just gonna steal this rifle ammo from you. Oh, Jet, that was you talking about the janitor. I thought that for some reason that was Yaz talking about it. I just saw you said Yaz. Wow. Hang on, I'm reading this.
The hell am I?
Yeah, sorry, I got mixed up in all the Oh gosh, no, bitch. Mammal. Okay. Alright, Creeps, what movie is something you are looking forward to? I know we watched a couple trailers last week. I think we were all looking forward to the new Osgood Perkins. Is it called The Monkey? What is that movie called? It's like The Monkey Shines movie. That's the one I'm most excited for right now. Oh. Who is this? Dropkick Murphy's trying to come through the window right here. Oh, I'm a terrible shot. There's no way.
Not bad, right?
Could you imagine just kicking somebody like that? Holy hell, what's y'all's problem? I'm getting real sick of that shit. Wow, okay. Are these motherfuckers just jumping off the... Come on. So here in, I'm going to say probably 15 minutes or so, maybe 10 minutes, we're going to play a different game for a couple minutes. We'll probably play a couple rounds of Mortuary Assistant. Just to break up the monotony of Resident Evil. If you haven't seen Mortuary Assistant before, we've played it on stream a long time ago, and it was a lot of fun. All right, boys. I hate you guys so much. No, please. Oh, shit. I would rather not get blown up again. Nobody told me that I could fall through the bridge. Nobody told me that. I think Osgood Perkins could redeem himself because he dropped so low, in my opinion, with long legs that he's gonna bring himself back up with the monkey, I hope, and then he's starting from scratch with me. So, I think he can redeem himself, but that movie has to be as good as it looks, and if it's not, then I'm swearing off Osgood Perkins. So, the movie Friendship. I don't know if I've seen that. Did we watch that one? Did we watch the trailer for that one? Creeps? I can't remember. You definitely are going to enjoy the monkey more. Like, you've got to, right? Because there's no way that it could be less good than Long Legs. A Phantasm game, that would be sick. Do you guys want to see me do some autopsies here? Let me see if I can load up Mortuary Assistant. We'll do some autopsies before we, conclude our evening. Did I have that on Xbox or did I have that on? I can't remember where I had it. I think I had it on Xbox. Let's see. Give me just a second, chat. I'm looking. Looking. Well, I don't know if I'll be able to play that. I don't know if I want to switch over to Xbox right now. The show, I think you should leave. That sounds vaguely familiar. Let me look it up. It's called I Think You Should Leave. Did anybody watch Hysteria? No, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen this. I don't know how well this is gonna translate. I Think You Should Leave. I have not seen this. Is this any good? comedy. Tim Robinson, Patty Harrison, Sam Richardson, Andy Samberg. I have not seen that. Has anybody seen this right here? Hang on. This, Hysteria. I know it's kind of hard to see because of the way we're vertical tonight, but Hysteria with Bruce Campbell. This actually was pretty good. I really enjoyed this, and I recommend this one here. So if I enjoy dumb humor, I will like I Think You Should Leave. So I 1000% am dumb humor or something. So I would like it, right? With some of my favorite comedy movies being movies like Dumb and Dumber, which to me is the greatest comedy of all time. Zoolander. What else? Superbad. Grandma's Boy, one of the greatest comedies ever made. What else do I like when it comes to comedy movies? I like of course I like most of Adam Sandler's movies. Me and Boom Squad were just talking about this the other day. I do not like Dumb and Dumber 2. I don't like that one, and I don't like the third one. Yeah, Reading Center for Ants. Yeah, I love Zoolander. So freaking funny. I like Ben Stiller just altogether. I think he's hilarious. There you go, Jet. I thought it was gonna be I thought when he said that, I thought it was gonna be a horror. Hansel, so hot right now. What is it? I've got the iron lung pop. There's like a Zoolander quote for like almost anything, right? Like, you can quote that just in everyday life. That was the funniest shit to me when I was younger. You know, I watched a lot of movies like Zoolander. I was probably, when did Zoolander come out? How old was I? Zoolander came out when I was, so that's 2001. So I was like 15. Okay, so Zoolander, 15 years old, that's about right. But I remember watching like Dumb and Dumber. I would say I didn't watch it in the theater. I probably watched it a year after because I remember putting the VHS in and watching it over and over. So probably 95. So I was probably 9 years old. And these are the movies that kind of gave me my stupid sense of humor, right? I grew up watching stupid stuff like this, right? So like, I watched SNL, I watched Tommy Boy, I watched Black Sheep, I watched Dumb and Dumber, Billy Madison. So like all of these movies are kind of what gave me my stupid sense of humor that I have, and basically everything Jim Carrey ever did, I watched that as a kid too. Like his earlier stuff, his earlier like movies, right? Like The Mask and like Ace Ventura, of course, were like his earlier ones when I was a kid, and then it kind of moved up from there. But that's probably why my sense of humor is terrible. You quote the black lung one a lot. Yeah, that's a good one to pull out at work. People, they'll either get it or they won't. You know? And if they get it, then you know that you got a friend for life. Yes Man was a good one, yep. Yeah, when he steps on that glass thing, cover that dude's head. The gasoline fight in Zoolander used to just crack me up. Yeah, 1000%. Him being problematic is the whole point of it, you know. It's the whole point of the movie. what was that other movie that hang on, let me look up Ben Stiller. Give me just a second. Step Brothers was another good comedy. Tropic Thunder, right? That's not the one I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of, I know this is gonna suck looking at this vertical mode, but let me see. So I've been watching back through Breaking Bad again. Creeps. I absolutely love Breaking Bad. If you don't know that about me, now you know. Because Breaking Bad to me is one of the all-time greatest shows ever made and will always be one of the greatest shows ever made. And I've been watching through it again. I'm about to watch through El Camino, which was the movie they made, the sequel to the show. Love that show. Love it, love it. Dodgeball. Dodgeball was gnarly. Of course, we all know that one. There was one that he came out with that Ben Stiller was in. What was it? Secret Life of Walter Mitty was good, but that's not the movie I'm thinking of. I never watched Zoolander 2. Did that suck as much as I thought it was going to? What is the movie with like Ben Stiller and it might be The Secret Life of Walter Mitty. Maybe I'm just dumb. Tropic Thunder though, so good. Also, so many quotable moments. Something About Mary, another great one. I saw that when I was a kid, so like 12 years old, watching There's Something About Mary. Again, those are the proving grounds for my sense of humor. I just remember, what is the one where he's playing basketball? He's playing basketball with that dude, and that dude's all hairy, and the dude's like raindrop, raindrop, and every time it just like he's like does like a layup and like his chest like slides down the side of his face. What movie is that? Along Came Polly. There you go. You knew exactly what I was talking about. That's a good one too. That one was funny. Yeah, Along Came Polly. That was a good one. Good job, Frank. Good job. That would have drove me crazy because I would not have thought it was that movie. But now that you say it, it's like I know it, right? That scene is hilarious. Hilarious. Philip Seymour Hoffman. Yeah, he was funny in that. Yeah, that's a good movie. So if you haven't seen it, Along Came Polly is great. Yeah, I used to play basketball a lot, get together with my friends and like play some pickup games and stuff like that, and that was always quotable there for me. Everybody just looked at me like I had issues, right? When you're out there acting like Philip Seymour Hoffman in that movie. See, look, there you go. You got to quote it if you're playing basketball. I did. Just a freaking idiot. Freaking idiot is what I am. Okay, let me see what game we're going to play, because why did I think I had... Maybe I do. Maybe I just... I'm having a brain fart here. creeps. Give me just a second. Let me look at my Steam library. I might have had Mortuary Assistant on the Xbox and not on PC. Yeah, it was on the Xbox. So, that means that we're going to see what else we can play. I want to play, I don't know how much you guys keep up with video games, or if you guys play or not, you know, but I want to play freaking, it's really not horror, but Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. If you're into games, you've probably seen everybody playing it, or you probably know it, or you might be playing it yourself. Sorry for the horse sounds. This game. I talked about it a little bit last week, but I'm hesitant to buy it because I know it's supposed to be really good, but it's also like $60. So it's kind of like, do I want to risk it for the biscuit and just try it, you know, or do I want to not? That was really stupid. Why did I say that like that? I don't know. So it's not horror though, and I don't know. It's like, it's not really slow from what I've seen. It looks like it would just be a lot of fun. So I don't know. Maybe we'll play this in a future stream. We do need to try Green Hell. So let's rewind that back real quick, Boom Squad, because you're my guy. But I will tell you this. I told you about Green Hell probably like 2 years ago and said we needed to play it. And I'm pretty sure you looked me in my eyes like this, right? Well, like this. And I'm pretty sure that you just stared at me and you asked me what it was about, and I told you. And then you changed the subject and you started talking about something else. But yeah, that would be a fun one to play for sure. For sure. You bought it? See? Well, is it cross-platform? Your lungs are burning. You quote that one too. That's a good one. I'm going to quote that one tomorrow. I'm going to break that one out randomly. And I'm going to break it out at a time where it's like out of context. Let's see. Sorry if you guys heard that. I don't know if Green Hell is cross-platform or not. Single player, online co-op, remote play on tablet. Well, it's the Series XS up to 4 players. Yeah. Look to see if it's cross-platform. I mean, the only reason I say cross-platform is right now I can't. I mean, I might be able to do the Xbox thing while I'm streaming. The reason I say that is because the way that everything is set up here, it in terms of vertical, it may not let me do that. Let me see. Oh, yeah, see, that made it go crazy when I did that. So yeah, so that's not going to work. Not going to work. Yeah, you guys can see how it made it go all insane when I did that, because that was like my Xbox streaming button. Because I didn't set that up for this vertical stream, so it made it look all insane and stupid. So I can't switch over to the Xbox to play anything. What is this game? The complex found footage. Let me look for a second. I'm gonna find something for us to browse around and play. Something lighthearted, something we can kick back. Let's see. What is Lost Records? No. No. Okay. Hang on 1 second, creeps. I'm looking at some games. I want one of those like Euro Truck Simulator setups where I have like the entire like inside cab of an 18-wheeler. How gnarly would that be? Would you guys watch me play Euro Truck Simulator? We'd be dropping off some loads. We'd be driving an 18-wheeler together. Oh yeah, when he squeezes the grease out of Ben Stiller's pizza. Yeah, that's my type of pizza though. You know, greasy, sold by the slice, thin pizza, New York style. Where the hell is something that we want to play? You know, I've never played Skyrim. Planet Coaster. We can build a roller coaster. I'm looking here. Give me a second. Here's what I'm looking at game-wise. See if there's anything on here that I want to play. Here's that game I was talking about, Lost Records, Bloom and Rage, but I don't want to play this, but I was wondering what it was. I can't believe the Evil Dead game was such a letdown. Like the official Evil Dead. It was such a freaking letdown. I mean, here's Autopsy Simulator. But I don't think this is as good as Mortuary Assistant. I think this one we kind of just like give people autopsies, but there's no spookiness that happens. I really enjoyed Resident Evil 8, The Village. That was a lot of fun. So I'm looking forward to the monkey. I'm looking forward to the Final Destination Bloodlines movie that's coming out. That one I think it's gonna be really cool. Of course, like we were looking the other week, like I Know What You Did Last Summer. What else is there? What kind of nerd plays PC building simulator? I mean, I guess if you're like wanting to get good at building PCs, I would probably play it actually. So I have a couple of the James Bond movies on VHS. You see those a lot at thrift stores. I started collecting them for a minute. I need to go and finish getting them all because I probably only have like 4 or 5, but I see them all the time and I just don't pick them up because for some reason I haven't really pursued collecting them all, but I need to. I couldn't even tell you which ones I have. I just know I have like 4 or 5 of them. I probably have like The World Is Not Enough times 3. That's my point exactly, Jet. I don't know how they screwed up that game, but they did. They did. It was just a huge letdown. There wasn't a whole lot of support, I don't think, from the developers for it, and you know, I think it just fell to the wayside. GoldenEye, amazing game. All right, what do I want to play? What is this game here? I'm looking at my library, so give me just a second. Oh, this is like a backrooms type game. Stupid. Nobody wants to watch that. Sniper Killer was so much fun. Frank, you remember playing Sniper Killer? James Bond movie with Javier Bardem. That was which one was that? Didn't he play Jaws? Did he play Jaws? Which villain did Javier Bardem play? Hang on. We'll IMDb it. Javier Bardem. Which, to me, he's Anton Chigga. Let me see. James Bond. Oh, it was Skyfall. No shit. Okay, he played Raul Silva. Why did I think he played Jaws? Who played Jaws in a newer one? Yeah, Skyfall was amazing. That was Daniel Craig, and that was Roger Deakins, who was the cinematographer on that one. Amazingly shot movie. My favorite James Bond. I think Daniel Craig is a great James Bond, right? And then of course Sean Connery was a great one. But when I was a kid, right, you know, it was Pierce Bronson, right? Who was the James Bond. And it's just because he was the first James Bond that I knew. I won't say he's the best, because I don't think he's the best, but he was the first one that I knew. And so when I think of James Bond, I think of Pierce Bronson a lot. Mother. What is Mother? 2017. What is this about? Is Javier Bardem in this? Okay, we're looking at it right now. Darren Aronofsky. Or if it's a Darren Aronofsky movie, it's going to be something wild. Okay, he's in this. All right. So he plays him. Ed Harris plays man. And Michelle Pfeiffer plays woman. I have not seen this. A couple's relationship is tested when uninvited guests arrive at their home, disrupting their tranquil existence. Psychological horror. Have I seen this? I don't think I've seen this. Maybe. No. Huh. It looks good. Jennifer Lawrence. I get down with this. Yeah, Frank, that is a gnarly scene. One of my favorite scenes, really. It's so brutal. When he's choking out that cop, and yeah, you can see all the black marks from his the rubber soles on his feet just kicking on the linoleum floor, the tile floor. Wild. Did you guys like that movie that came out years ago? Her with Joaquin Phoenix. You remember this movie everybody was so hyped on? Did anybody ever watch this one? In the near future, a lonely writer develops an unlikely relationship with an operating system designed to meet his every need. This was a weird movie. It was a good movie. I only watched it once, and I remember thinking, okay, well, this is pretty solid. I'd like to watch this again. '83 wins and 186 nominations. That's crazy. It's shot really, really well. If you haven't seen it, Frank, like the cinematography is really good. So if you like movies sometimes just for the aesthetic, for the cinematography, like the cinematography here is just like top notch. You know, so I would watch it if for nothing else other than that, but it is an interesting story. It would be like the equivalent if like you fell in love with like your Alexa, like your Amazon Alexa. It's kind of like what it is. Kind of unsettling, but yeah, like I said, cinematography is really good. Space Camp. Let me check out Space Camp. I don't know if I've seen it or not. Probably not. 1986. Is this the one you are referring to? I wish I didn't have all these ads all over the damn place. It makes it hard to look at anything. All right, Space Camp, 1986. It looks like one of those feel-good movies from the 80s. Space, sci-fi, adventure, family, and sci-fi. The young attendees of a space camp find themselves in space for real when their shuttles accidentally launched into orbit. Do you guys remember, I'm about to unlock a memory. Here we go. I'm going to surprise you with this one. Do you guys remember this movie? Actually, no, let's play a game. I'm going to bring up a picture. I'm going to put the movie title. I'm going to see if you can guess it. I think this is going to be... Can I bring up a picture without it showing the name? Probably not. Oh, Ben Stiller was in this? I forgot. He was in this? Wow, okay. Okay. Let me see if I can find a picture without it. I'm not going to be able to. They all have the freaking name in there. Alright. Let me just go to the IMDb. The old IMDb. Hang on. This movie here. Do you guys remember Heavyweights? Do y'all remember this movie? From the creator of The Mighty Ducks, which again is another awesome movie. Plump kids are lured into joining a posh fat camp with a promise of quick weight loss and good times, only to find that it is a woodland hellhole run by a psycho ex-fitness instructor. And that ex-psycho fitness instructor is none other than your man's Ben Stiller.
Hey, who wants to be on TV, huh? That's Kenny the cameraman. Hey there, Kenny. if all goes according to plan, we're gonna turn this summer into the #1 weight loss infomercial in the country.
You're kidding.
Kids, at age 12, I weighed 319 pounds.
So this kind of reminds me of his character that he plays in Dodgeball.
I had bad skin, low self-esteem, and no self-respect. Now, I eat success for breakfast with skim milk. Pounds are gonna fly, and fat is out of here, mister! And we are gonna do it together!
Oh my god.
It's a good movie. It's a good movie. If you ever feel like watching some feel good stuff from the 90s, this is one of those. Starship Troopers. Yep. Starship Troopers is it's one of those bangers. It's a good one. One of the pivotal early like sci-fi. I don't guess I would call it horror, but I guess it could be, right? Is it classified as sci-fi horror? Or just more straight science fiction, but one of the earlier sci-fi movies that I remember watching that wasn't something like Terminator or RoboCop, right? And I was just like blown away by it because when did this come out? 1997. You know, it had good special effects from what I remember. You know, I haven't seen this movie in a long time, and I remember seeing, of course, the giant alien creatures and stuff, and just being freaked the hell out by them. They look like the camel crickets and cave crickets that we talked about before. Remember when we were having our long foray into insects here on the streams? I've never seen the sequels. Peter Still. Oh yeah, typo negative shirt. Wolf Moon. It's a good track. It's a good track. Yeah. Peter Still is basically Dracula. Oh, well, Jet, just because you had the word element in your sentence, Fifth Element, right? Like that was made me think of that. Fifth Element is another one of those early on like sci-fi movies, kind of like Starship Troopers that, you know, I saw when I was probably too young to watch it. But it was amazing, right? From 97. So I guess I was 11 years old. It's PG-13, so I guess it wasn't that bad. I remember there being like nudity in it or something, but maybe there wasn't. Fifth Element was killer. Killer. 10 wins and 39 nominations. I'm surprised it didn't have more, to be honest. But this movie was like absolutely insane. Like looking at characters like this, you know, come on. Like this dude, and of course, Chris Tucker's character. Those guys were gnarly. Those little like pig guys. There he is, Chris Tucker's character. When I think of the future, this is how I think the future is going to be. But yeah, this movie was always a lot of fun. And it still holds up, I think. Like, I watched it. I mean, it's been a while. It's been years and years. But last time I watched it, I still remember looking at it and being impressed by it. And I was like, damn, this is still, you know, a solid movie. Yeah, 11's old enough for this one. You know what I was not old enough for that I saw when I was probably 10, 11 years old is this gem right here, which reminds me so much of Fifth Element, right? Heavy Metal. Does anybody remember this? The cartoon, adult cartoon movie here. I remember watching this and just being like, what the hell? And yeah, I was under 10 when I saw this. And I was blown away. And it probably changed me for the worse, to be honest with you. But like this old like school animation style, you know? Like I love it. I love it. You know, just like the weird shaky lines and stuff like that where it's not just perfect. If you've never seen Heavy Metal, you should. But it's not going to hold up probably to today. But back in the 80s and the 90s and when you were a kid and you saw this, it was like, holy hell, this is the naughtiest shit I'll ever watch in my life. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. Iron Sky. Iron Sky. Yeah, I've seen that. That's isn't that the one about space Nazis where they live on the moon base? Yeah. This is a fun movie. It's obviously very tongue in cheek and very satirical, in kind of like, you know, it's a B movie, but the Nazis set up a secret base on the dark side of the moon in 1945 where they hide out and plan to return to power in 2018. Have you guys seen Frankenstein's Army? This one here. This is a good one. Kind of in the same vein. In the dying days of World War II, a battalion of Russian soldiers is lured into the secret lab of deranged scientists and forced to face off against an army of horrific flesh and metal war machines. They are not as good as the Dead Snow Nazis yet. Yeah, but this one's good. Frankenstein's Army. If you haven't seen this, I recommend this one as well. I watched Dead Snow not long ago. I really watch a lot of stuff during the week. I just forget what I watch because a lot of times I'm just turning stuff on. And it's playing in the background, or like I'll sit down and watch half of it and not finish it or something like that. And yeah, watch Frankenstein's Army if you get a chance. It's worth the watch. Believe it or not. So this came out in 2013. This is one of the very first Cinema Creep reviews I ever did was for this movie. So quick Cinema Creep history for some of you guys that may or may not know. So Cinema Creep, right, started as me writing written reviews for Facebook in like 2012 and 2013. There was a Cinema Creep Facebook page, and I would just write written reviews. That's all it was. And I did that for a couple years and years went on. Moved over to Letterboxd, wrote on Letterboxd for a little while. And then it became the podcast because I had quit writing the reviews and quit with Cinema Creep altogether. Wanted to bring it back. It became the podcast in like 2019, maybe ish, 2020. And we did that for a year and some change, maybe. And then me and the co-host went our separate ways, and I quit Cinema Creep for a year. And then I brought it back in its current form of like January or February last year, maybe. On this channel here. So that's the Cinema Creep history lesson. That's the timeline. And I won't be quitting it this time, but you know, trying to build it up. Which, speaking of that, let me look at something here real quick.
What happened to your iPad, you said?
Holy crap. Why does the volume have to be on full blast on everything at all times? Okay, so never mind. I'll have to look at this later. Cinema Creep must live on. It will. It will. Like I said, this is one of my top priorities when it comes to like creative work and in my free time. I just got to get back with the regular videos, or find out, like I was talking about last week, whether I'm just going to live stream or what I'm going to do. I haven't decided. So that's why I've kind of been like waiting till I feel like what's right. But I don't know. I don't know what's right. The way we're headed, in the end times might be sooner than we think. Creeps. Yeah, see? Look. Nick just mentioned it. Yeah, 2032. That would be terrible. Let's look up that asteroid. Okay, I think we're safe. But who do we trust? Who do we know, right? Can an asteroid hit the Earth in 2032? Told us this is the most likely outcome. A city killer asteroid that once had a better chance than 3% of striking Earth is no longer a concern 14 hours ago. Shoo! All right, so they just deemed it as not a concern. So, the hobos with the end is near signs were right. Well, only the recent ones. The ones that were holding those signs like 15 years ago, they were completely wrong. Depending on what your definition of near is. No, you weren't concerned a minute. That was a roller coaster of emotions for you, Jed. It was like, oh wait, oh, I should be concerned. Oh, nope, not concerned. You know, no concern, lots of concern, and then zero concern again. Bruce Willis ain't doing so great, Frank. I don't know if he'd make it up there. You know, poor old Bruce. You know, I hate it. Bruce Willis, I think, was always a great actor. Seemed like an okay person, right? From what you would see, you never heard any kind of crazy scandals or anything like that. So, it just sucks. Yeah, Bruce Willis, he's not doing great. We're losing all the great actors. Hang on for a minute, creeps. I gotta go let Simon out of the studio. Give me just a minute. All right. We're back. We're back. He said he's really made up for being in Moonlighting. Oh, man. Another asteroid in 2029? Let's raise some hell. Let's talk about bad stuff. Die Hard 1 and 2, Armageddon are your favorite Bruce Willis movies? Do you think you can launch a nuke and destroy the asteroid? You know, I don't know. Let's look it up. Let's freaking look it up. Could we launch a nuke at an asteroid? Okay. This says, I know you guys can't see this, but I'm bringing it up for visual. I mean, I know you can see it, but probably hard. We might have to nuke that asteroid threatening Earth, astronomer says. There's an asteroid barreling towards Earth that could potentially hit us in the year 2032, the impact of which will voluntarily cause most of us to release a sigh of relief and a muttering of the word, finally. For those who aren't open to receiving the sweet embrace of death just yet might be wondering, what can we do in the face of an Armageddon-level threat? Exactly what those fictional oil drillers did, of course. Nuke the ever-loving shit out of it. That's astronomer Dr. David Whitehouse's proposal, at least. If asteroid 2024 year 4 really wants to hit us in less than 10 years, it's going to have to learn to dodge missiles. The asteroid currently measures around 100 meters by 40 meters, or roughly the size of a soccer field, and has a risk of impact estimated at 1 in 67, which is a little too high for my liking. To make matters worse, the asteroid will be out of sight by the year 2028, leaving us with a brief window to try to figure out what to do should its trajectory send it towards us. At least one global space organization, the European Space Agency, is going to hold discussions at an upcoming meeting on deflection options should the asteroid decide it wants to mess with us. Currently, one proposed measure that has been made public involves sending a spacecraft to the asteroid by the year 2028 to slightly change its orbit so that it misses Earth in 2032. The other publicly known option is just to blow it to hell and maybe mount its head on a spike on the moon to scare off other asteroids. Yeah, we'd probably freaking miss and hit the moon. Could you imagine? Do you guys remember? Let me look this up. Hang on. Let me see. Do you remember this right here? Let me bring this up. When Trump was, Trump kept asking if China was shooting us with a hurricane gun. And then the leader of the free world also inquired whether the U.S. could bomb China in retaliation for the alleged hurricane attack. This is our life, creeps. This is our life. And then, furthermore, and then here was another thing. In 2019, Trump suggested nuking hurricanes to stop them from hitting the U.S. I'm just saying. This is our current administration. So, let's nuke the hurricanes. Let's give it a go. I like that, Frank. Let's hit it with a shrink ray. I like that idea. Hit it with the shrink ray right before it hits. And then it'll just come tumbling down like a street. Sounds like such a cartoon. Frank, I think you literally just probably created the sequel to Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Honey, I Shrunk the... That is so smart. If you wrote that, I guarantee you would get financing. I guarantee it. Get Rick Moranis to come out of retirement, have him back in it, right? We would throw like, maybe like somebody who is like a fan favorite but sucks, kind of like a Amy Schumer, somebody who's not funny that I can't stand, but like throw her in there, right? Just to fill seats in the theater. Maybe throw like Tim Allen in there, you know what I mean? Something like that. Honey, I Shrunk the Asteroid. And then you'd be a multimillionaire after that, because you could probably make Honey, I Shrunk the Asteroid, and then you could make another one probably right after that. It would have to be Honey, I Shrunk something else, but... Honey, I Shrunk the National Debt. Shrink it, then aim it towards the White House. Mars Attacks 2. I really honestly can't believe we haven't seen one of those. Mars Attacks was such a... I think it was like underrated for years and years and years. I think it finally kind of like gets its, gets what it deserves now. But it was like, Honey, I Shrunk the Asteroid again. Frank, are you a genius? Are you actually like Quentin Tarantino? You're just putting out hits over here. You need to delete these comments so nobody steals your idea. Honey, I Shrunk the Asteroid again too. You're fucking genius is what you are. I'm surprised we don't have, like, somebody beating down the chat right now to throw money at you. Because this is, like, $1 million idea. $1 million idea. Yeah, nobody steal those because those are Frank's ideas. Copyright Frank Rambo 2025. He has legal representation. And he will sue you for his own IP. So it does. It needs some crowdfunding. I feel like Frank, you set up a Kickstarter, and I will donate to your Kickstarter for Honey, I Shrunk the Asteroid. I will donate. I'm just gonna need you to send me like a T-shirt or a poster with an asteroid on it. I want the logo to be a cowboy sitting on an asteroid, cowboy hat, cowboy boots, and like a lasso. That's what I would like to see for cover art for the movie. All right, then. I'll go ahead and cut you that check for $1 million. So I got to be honest with you guys. Gruesome Game Night, right? Resident Evil 4, came in hot and heavy. Resident Evil 4 being the best Resident Evil, most people consider it the best Resident Evil in the franchise. Maybe I'm just Resident Evil'd out right now. You know what I mean? Like, it's a good game. It feels good so far. But, I think, I don't know. I think just after playing 8 and then playing 7 and then going into 4, I think I needed just some time to play something else. So I think next week we might find something else, and we'll circle back to Resident Evil 4. Because it's good. It's good. I'm not saying it's not by any means. It's just I need some time to be out of the Resident Evil universe, and then I'll come back to it. Holy crap. Sorry, chat. I don't know why I click on something and it's just volume to the max. You know, Frank, that might work. I was really starting to get concerned about this asteroid, so I'm glad you guys brought it up and then we looked at it. Because I was like, well, that figures. That checks out of how things are going to end as a freaking asteroid, of course. Something that we can't control. Because we have all of these things that we're doing that we can control, that we're just ruining the planet with. But, of course, we're going to end by something that we can't control, like an asteroid. That would be the luck. But yeah. So I guess the asteroid is no longer a threat. So good to know. Cinema Creep will live on. Maybe past 2032. I like to think so. That's a long time from now. 7 years. Frank needs to go work. First of all, Frank has his big brain on today. He needs to go work at like Area 51 or some sort of secret service. We just need to go ahead and say that, Frank, I just want to let you know that if you start seeing men follow you around in suits, you need to get to the take cover immediately. Frank is not a suicidal individual, and all that good stuff. Your ideas are too perfect. I feel like they're going to be coming after you. I'm just saying. Do I think there's aliens at Area 51? So, if I had to honestly think about aliens, right? I believe, for me, right? I definitely think that there are aliens in the universe somewhere. Do I feel like they've made human contact? My answer like 5 years ago would have been absolutely not. But here lately, with all of that footage and stuff coming out, with all of this weird aircraft, I'm gonna say potentially yes. Do I think that the government knows something? I would say it wouldn't surprise me, right? Like if they knew something and they're not sharing it. Like it wouldn't surprise me because honestly, that is all that the government has to be secret about. Like they have a lot of secrets, they do a lot of weird stuff, they do a lot of shady stuff. They do a whole lot of like screwing everybody over, but it's just like there's really nothing that they can keep secret, right? Other than aliens. So I feel like if there was something aliens at Area 51, it would give them a reason to justify what they do, right? Because I think for so long they've kind of just been playing like secret agent and playing this and playing that and playing like experimental scientist in a lab doing stupid shit with like monkeys and like rats and stuff like that. So I think that they just are like essentially they would be chomping at the bit to hide something. Do you know what I mean? That's how I feel. So I feel like potentially yes. I feel like Area 51 though, maybe not. I wonder if there's like another secret place. Because Area 51 is supposed to be so secretive, but everybody knows about it. Everybody assumes there's aliens there. So I wonder if Area 51 is just a distraction and there's something somewhere else. Real Area 51 is in Maine. See, I didn't even see your comment till now. Area 51 is only 2 hours. What is happening here? All right, so Area 51 is in Maine. What am I missing? Oops. I'm trying to look this up. I just got Area 51 detailing. Did you just have me look at... Wait. Did you just have me look at a detailing business? Is this your detailing business? There's unmarked airplane that flies every day to Area 51 from Las Vegas Airport. It takes all the workers there. Huh. Well, look what I found on eBay right now. Area 51 UFO license for $8. So, it is no longer a conspiracy theory. It is a truth. There it is. There's the picture of the pilot. See his face? A. Leon, Abduction Lane Highway 375, Earth Milky Way Galaxy. Sex, yes. Height, 3'3". Weight, weightless. I like this. Cattle mutilator, abduction agent, organ taker. Frank, you're the highest bid. Yeah, you better pick that up real quick. Secret base, desert, everyone knows about, but you can't have a fake secret base, so the real one is the main. Ah, yeah. But what if everybody knows about the real base, the fake base, so they learn about the real base that's in Maine? That's also got to be a distraction, so there has to be something else, right? Sort of like a cave base. Like, if I was the government, why are they not making a mountain that opens, that they fly aircraft into? Can we do that? Nick, you should get that, especially being in Vegas. So, listen, if I'm the government, okay, I'm making a freaking mountain base. I'm just saying, it's going to open up on top. I'm going to be able to fly my helicopters down into it. And, Frank said there's 50 decoys. Could you imagine they just have 50 bases that are fake just to distract you? But they employ people to just, like, you know, be there. Like, you go in and it's just like have you guys seen like those inflatable alien balloons? It's just stuff like that in there. And then you've got the real base that has the real aliens. Let's go. And see, hang on a second. There was an Alien game I wanted to play at one point. Not like the movie Alien. There is one of those, but Fire in the Sky movie from 1993. I like it. 50 gift shops. One place where aliens can play cards. Area 51 gift shop. That's funny. Yeah. They all have the same exact stuff, too. Fire in the Sky. Is that, it's a documentary or is it a movie? There was a good documentary on Netflix recently, about alien encounters. Sorry, sour gummy worm dust in my throat. Okay, I see it here. Hang on. All right, so here it is. Fire in the Sky. I'm dying. Okay. I don't think I've seen this. 1993. An Arizona logger mysteriously disappears for 5 days in an alleged encounter with a flying saucer in 1975. His co-workers endure ridicule and contempt as they are wrongly accused of murder. That's it. An Arizona logger mysteriously disappears for 5 days in an alleged encounter with a flying saucer in 1975. His co-workers endure ridicule and contempt as they are wrongly accused of murder. Okay. Sounds pretty cool. Oh, stupid ad. Robert Lieberman is the director, written by Travis Walton and Tracy Torme. Let's check out just a little bit of the trailer.
How does it think? What makes it move? Why does it breathe? Questions anyone would ask about
This trailer's trippy.
never seen one before. So for 5 days, a man was borrowed. The story that Travis Walton and 5 other witnesses told was so unbelievable.
This looks sick. I'd watch this.
Unimaginable that it has become the most famous case of UFO abduction ever reported.
Yeah, I'd watch that. So here's a saying in my family, right? Frank says he's get the feeling that a lot of my family members have been abducted by aliens. So as my grandpappy used to say, you're not a man until you get probed by an alien. And I'll tell you guys this. I've been made a man 3 or 4 times. Now, being from Texas, right? All my family living in Texas, you feel like we'd be getting abducted constantly, right? That just seems like if you were an alien, okay? So hypothetically speaking, right? I don't know if you are or not. I'm not going to assume your species. But, okay. If you're an alien, where would be prime abduction territory for you? Because I'm going to do kind of what like you already see the aliens doing, right? Like I'm hitting these desert places, right? Because it's just clear. Nobody's really running for cover. And Walmart. Frank, Walmart? You're abducting people from Walmart? Wait. You did hear me say alien, right? Not just abducting people. You did hear me say if you were an alien abducting people. Got a lot of questions now. Because I was just going to say the desert. I feel like the desert, you get a clear shot. You don't have to, like, worry about, like... Yeah. See, that changes things. Yeah. Yeah, I would do Texas or, like, Montana or, like, the Dakotas, right? Like, Midwestern states. Of course, there's Vegas, which is more Western, but, like... Yeah, like some alien wearing a t-shirt says, I traveled 80 million light years to cop a fill and got this dumb t-shirt. Yeah. Oh, I have heard of the Clown Motel. I have heard of that. I've wanted to go there before. I love like roadside attractions and stuff like that. Frank, seems like they target the South. I wonder why, right? I wonder why. Have you ever heard of like a billionaire being abducted by aliens, or like, a neurosurgeon being abducted by aliens, or like somebody of high social academic standing being abducted by aliens. No, it's always like some dude that like is from like small town Texas, you know, recovering meth addict, or you know what I mean? It's always these like very like stereotypical like off kilter fucking uh boondock type of people that get abducted by aliens for some reason, right? He said no one is gonna believe us, Cletus. And I maybe it's just because aliens can like trick them into being like, you didn't see anything, and they're like, you know what? You're right. I didn't see nothing. So that is an interesting point. I never thought of that. The damn South getting abducted left and right. That Clown Motel though, Nick, that seems like a really, really cool place to visit. Dad didn't go out for milk and cigarettes. Dad got abducted by aliens. He ain't coming back. I feel like there was something I wanted to show you guys. And maybe I'll save it for Friday when I don't have this weird vertical thing happening. Let me see. Yeah, there was something I wanted to show you guys. I would have to look for it. I saved it on YouTube somewhere. That would be a hell of a movie. Like, you have a family. Like, think of a movie like you have a little kid and his dad leaves, and, you know, he gets abducted by aliens, but the mom tells the kids that he, like, walked out on them, right? And he's actually, like, a really good dad, but the mom doesn't like him really because they fight or whatever, and the dad goes out, you know, to the store, and then he just doesn't ever come back because he gets abducted by aliens. So the kids eventually grow up thinking that their dad abandoned them, and then later on in life, in the movie, right, they find their dad, and they find out the truth, and their dad is like this crazy character, right, because he's been abducted by aliens and all this other shit, and they reconnect, right? It's a drama, and it's a it's a drama movie. Yeah, Frank, I think you got this figured out. You're just dropping like mid-90s dimes on us, just raindrop. Exactly, the freaking sugar water guy. You know, how many people do you see out there in public? Because every once in a while, like, I'm like, this person looks like an alien trying to pretend like a human. Like, I see these people, so maybe aliens are real. Maybe you see them all the time. Because some people, they're just so, like uncomfortable and, like, wormy and wiggly in their own skin. You know, and I'm not talking about self-confidence. I'm talking more about just kind of like their skin's on crooked, you know? And it's just like, there's no way that's not an alien in there, you know? No way. You know, I see these people every once in a while, and maybe it's just the part of the country I live in, but, you know, I can buy it. You know, like maybe we're being monitored, you know? But speaking of aliens, I don't know if I talked about this on stream. It's no big deal. It's nothing interesting other than I watched Signs not long ago, and I always forget how good of a movie that is. As much as I don't like Mel Gibson, right? He was a good actor. And Signs was a really good movie. I watched it probably maybe 2 weeks ago, maybe 3. Just said, oh yeah, they're in LA. I believe it. I believe LA's got a lot of aliens down there. Just trying to fit in. Dark Side of the Moon. It's crazy when you just, sit and you think about the universe and you think about space and you think about just the never-ending vastness of it. It's really crazy to think about, Are you saying you hear a cat here? Or you just hear a cat in general? What am I missing here? If you hear a cat, it's not me. That is one thing that I cannot do, is not let the cats out here. You might hear if you're talking about me, you might hear my microphone rubbing. Oh. If you hear a cat in general, it's probably the government, Frank. They're coming for your movie ideas and all of your information on aliens. It's too late. Get out of the house. That's the beginning of it right there. Do you guys remember, what's that movie called? Where the aliens came in the form of owls. What was that movie called? That was a pretty good one. Do you guys know the movie I'm talking about? Dang, why can't I think of it? They're watching me with a robot cat. I can't control petting it. What was that movie called? I cannot remember the plot too much either. The Fourth Kind. Ah, there it is. That was a good one. I need to rewatch this. Nick, have you ever seen The Fourth Kind? I'll bring it up here. Give me a second. This sorry ass vertical stream thing I got going on here. Alright, The Fourth Kind. Yeah, watch this one. This one's solid. It's from 2009, PG-13. A thriller involving an ongoing unsolved mystery in Alaska where one town has seen an extraordinary number of unexplained disappearances during the past 40 years, and there are accusations of a federal cover-up. I'll play the trailer. Not that you guys can see it worth a dang, but I'll play it. Well, that went to shit. Okay, here we are.
Can you state your name for the camera?
Dr. Abigail Tyler.
Okay, where would you like to begin?
I am actress Mila Jovovich, and I will be portraying Dr. Abigail Tyler. This film is a dramatization of events that occurred October 2000. Every scene in this movie is supported by archived footage. Some of what you're about to see is extremely disturbing.
Oh, I'm disturbed, all right.
I wake up in the middle of the night almost every night.
There's nothing unusual waking you up.
There's one thing. There's an owl at my window.
An owl?
Size your pig.
A white owl, just looking at me. Had you ever seen it before? Tommy?
When I was a kid, just staring at me.
I've seen it a lot.
Every night this week.
4, 3, 2. Tell me about the owl.
Doesn't look like a normal owl.
There's no owl. It's not an owl. voice speaking Sumerian, the oldest language in human history. You can go into any Sumerian exhibit and see etchings and sculptures of men in spacesuits and oxygen masks. Rockets that look like Apollo.
Do you believe in abduction theories?
You don't mean alien abduction?
Okay, I don't want to play any more of this because I don't want to ruin it. But this is a good, this is a good movie. So if you haven't seen Fourth Kind, I would watch it, from 2009. It's solid. Oh, I thought there was a joke in there. I thought Nick was about to hit us with a dad joke. Or Frank was about to hit us with a dad joke. Do you know why cats meow at night? I thought there was about to be a dad joke in there. But no, you guys are being creepy. Cats can see ghosts, and yeah, you guys took a left turn on that. So my cats never shut the hell up, ever. Well, that's not true. One of the cats never shuts the hell up. So we have a Siamese cat. He's big as hell, and he just talks constantly, meows all the time. Like, he sees you, and sometimes he just, like, he will meow or for like 5-8 seconds straight. And it's like the strangest thing because he's so vocal. And his biggest pet peeve is if he sees one tiny sliver of silver in his food dish, he freaks out and he will follow you around screaming until you scoop all of his food to the center or you fill up his bowl. And there's 4 cat dishes. The other 3 can be completely slammed full of food, but the one he likes to eat out of, if there's a speck of silver, you know, you're not getting away from him. It's not happening. Yeah, so I will scare my cats every chance I can get. Maybe he's a werewolf cat and hates silver. Well, I like it. It's a werecat. And then I have a black cat. He acts like Pepe Le Pew. He will crawl up on me and my son's shoulder, right? And he will just sit there and he will just like rub his head. Like, when people say cats they aren't affectionate or they aren't lovable, like, so wrong. This cat is just so overly affectionate. Sometimes it's like, you have got to get the fuck away from me because you're starting to creep me out. Your cats eat out of the center of the bowl. Eat out the center, so like, yeah, so they always have like an empty spot in the middle. Yeah, cats are insane. Yeah, they love you and then they want to bite you. It's a love bite. Yeah, I never cared about cats before until obviously until I well, not obviously, like, I liked other people's cats. I was never mean to cats. I was just always like a dog person, right? And I still am. Like, Simon, he's my guy, right? That's my baby. But I never really even cared to have my own cat. Like, I've always thought cats were cool. I would go to people's house, I'd play with their cats. But I never wanted my own. But now, you know, my wife, you know, she got cats once we bought this house years and years ago, 10 years ago, and now we have 4. And now the household wouldn't be the same without the cats. You know, like, I like cats. It's just, you know, they're terrorists. They're little terrorists, you know. I wish I could show you. Actually, I do have a picture. Let me show you. So my cats are indoor-outdoor cats. I'm going to show you guys a picture of Lucy, our fat cat, because she's so creepily fat. Let me see if I can find a picture. We're always taking pictures of this cat because she's so strange. Well, here's one, but that's not really... It's not really a good one. Give me a second. Get a second here. I think I just send them all straight to my wife via text. That's probably why I can't find them in my camera roll. All right, hold on. You guys want to see a picture of me pass the fuck out? I was watching a movie. It was like one of those days. It was like 15 degrees outside. My wife took a picture of me, sent it to me. I'm like, pass the hell out. Just straight up. See that blanket? I got a heated blanket on. I just passed the hell out. That was a good sleep right there. Good sleep. Okay. Damn, where are all the pictures of this cat? Oh, here's a picture of Norman, the black cat I was telling you guys about, sitting on my shoulder. Right? That's what he does all the time. And look at his claws. He claws into you, right? And you can get up and you can walk around with him like that. And this is the one that like makes you feel very inappropriate. Like he acts like Pepe Le Pew. Memory, what's up? Glad that you're here.
Hail to the king, baby.
Yeah, doing this weird. So I was trying to dual stream today, right? Vertical and horizontal to YouTube, and I somehow screwed it up, so it just went vertical. So we're just running with this vertical stream. Trying to have this fixed by Friday, so I can do this vertical and horizontal stream thing. Because I'm no longer streaming to X because of my personal reasons. I can't pay money over there anymore because of my own moral obligations to myself. All right, where are all the pictures of this damn cat at? It sounds really vulgar if I slow down and say it like that. I just have millions of pictures in my phone though. Okay, so here's one picture of this fat cat, right? Right, this is Lucy. She see her big fat pink belly? She has a huge primordial pouch that just hangs like a man's undercarriage when she walks. It's so strange. But yeah, like we're always taking funny pictures of her because she's just so fat that she's just always sitting there, and she sits on her butt, and she just has like her big pink belly that overhangs, and she just makes her head look real small and her arms look real small. Your cat looks like that too, Nick? That's funny. I mean, it does look kind of cool when you just have a cat perched on your shoulder, but man. You have a cat that looks like that too, Jet? Oh, your foster cat went home? Memory? Yeah, I remember you saying, I think last time you came to stream that you were fostering a cat. So, Nick, we feed them, my cats are obsessed with these things right here. How do you spell that? Oh, I almost had it. We feed them these. These are what they are freaking obsessed with. Churros. You guys know what I'm talking about? If you know, you know. My wife got them these, and she got them hooked on these things. Churros. They're basically cat Go-Gurts. except they're like puree tuna, and or like whatever kind of meat. Like you can get different ones, but yeah, the cats go absolutely insane for these. And yeah, tuna variety right here. But yeah, so they're basically little like tubes if you don't have them, or if you've never seen them. But basically just squirt them on their food or squirt them wherever, or just kind of like hand feed them to your cat. They call it licky licks over there. Why is England so fun? Or the UK, I mean. Why is it just so much more fun? Licky licks. Why is that a thing? And I like how right after that Jet said, yeah, they do. Oh my god. Licky licks. Yeah, so my cats absolutely love these. It's not that churros are a better name by any means, but licky licks. So many things sound dirty over there. I love it. I love it. I love it. So, how much for you to face a tuna go-kart? You know, I'm surprised we haven't bet each other in my house to do this yet. Honestly. I mean, my wife would never do it, ever. My son would never do it, ever. I would do it in a heartbeat. Like, I'm stupid. I'll try stupid stuff like that. I'm telling you, I would do it for sheer shock value, right? Sheer shock value. But they would have to know that I wasn't going to do it. Like, you walk up while they're eating dinner and you get one and you just shotgun it in your mouth. Sheer shock value, right? That's how you do it. Or, I mean, you try to get money out of somebody, I guess, like $5. But I would do it for free just for the shock value. But they couldn't tell me to do it unless they paid me. But yeah, that's the churros, man. Simon, they also make them for dogs. So Simon has some too. He likes them. So my morning routine is this, okay? I don't know why I'm going into this. We're talking about animals and treats, right? So my morning routine is this. So every morning I wake up, and I go straight to the coffee maker, right? And I start making my coffee. In the meantime, Simon is all crazy happy, wanting to be let outside doing his thing. Then Simon, he has like he's getting older, so he has like hair. It's like a hair like kind of like vitamin like treat kind of deal. So he gets that every morning. And then let him outside, and I go outside for a while, drink coffee on the front porch like an old man, come back in, and then when my wife wakes up, she gives Simon this like Cosequin, like joint health stuff or another. So Simon gets treats all day. This fool is like, he thinks if he steps outside, he doesn't have to do anything, but he thinks if he steps outside, the minute he steps back inside, he runs in the kitchen because he has like a cookie jar with treats in it. And it's in the same area like his medicine and stuff is. And he just stares. And that's all he does. He stares until you go in there and you give him a treat. And if you don't go to the kitchen, right, he'll come get you. And he'll sit there and he'll nudge you and stare at you in your eyes. And he'll nudge you. He doesn't bark. I mean, he does bark, but not to get your attention like this. He'll nudge you until you get up off your butt and you go in there and you give him something. And he doesn't care what it is. It could be dynamite. He doesn't give a shit. As long as he's getting something. But Simon likes apples and carrots. Like, really likes apples and carrots. He's like a horse. like a little mini horse. He'll sit there and, you know, it's crazy because you know how people say, hey, like if your animal hears you like unwrapping something, they run in there, you know, because they're used to you unwrapping something, whatever. So, Simon's big thing is if he hears me cutting something, right? Like if we're chopping something, like chopping and preparing food for dinner, whether it's like peppers or onions or whatever, right? If it's stuff he can't have, he still runs in there, obviously, because he just hears us chopping up stuff because he's so used to hearing us chop carrots and chop apples, and like he likes like bell pepper too. So, um, like I said, he'll eat anything. Um, Spinner food bowl, so loud. I bet that was so freaking loud. Animals are funny when they start just like whacking their bowls and stuff. We really don't deserve dogs. Dogs are the greatest. It's funny too, because if you think about it, right? Like you guys with your animals or whatever. Me and my wife think about this all the time. Like we both go and sit out on the front porch and stuff in the mornings. Or like we sit in the living room, like all of the animals just congregate to the room that we're in. You know, so like the four cats and Simon. And it's just like it's crazy how they all are just like they recognize that this is their pack. You know what I mean? Like your animals, they just want to like be with you wherever you're at. It's really strange if you think about it. You have like these little monsters that just kind of follow you around. I've never had fish. Never had fish. I think fish would be cool, but I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to go down that road of taking care of them. What's the weirdest pet I've ever had? So when I was younger, I've had two different kinds of. I guess they're not weird. They're kind of strange. I guess you don't see everybody with them. So when I was a kid, my dad used to have iguanas, like big ass iguanas, like the ones that are like I don't know, like 4 foot long. So we had a long iguana. We had two of them, but the one that we had for years and years, his name was Phoenix, and he was one that you could walk on a leash. But iguanas can be mean, right? They can hurt when they whip you with their tail. They shit like birds, so they're messy as hell to clean up. After, like whether you're cleaning out their cage or you let them out around the house, they're just nasty. So, um, we yeah, we had an iguana, and I don't ever even remember what happened to him, to be honest with you. Huh. Maybe my dad got rid of him because he was getting mean or something. And then we had a sugar glider for a little bit. Those things are strange. Talk about a pet that you don't ever get to see. They're like super nocturnal and they're like real scared and like, you know, they live in their pouches. It's kind of a pointless pet. Walking my lizard. A feral pet rock. I like it. Those are probably the weirdest pets I've ever had. I don't think I've ever really had anything too crazy. Nick, you want a toucan? It'd be cool to have a bird that like says inappropriate stuff. A parrot. Man, my wife keeps wanting hamsters and gerbils and guinea pigs. And I'm like, no, we don't need anything else. We don't need anything else. And it doesn't really matter what I say, you know how that goes. But I'm against it. I don't want any other animals. You know, no more animals. Not unless I had like a more land, right? Then it'd be cool to have like donkeys and, you know, all kinds of stuff. Then it wouldn't be a big deal, but they had a bird that used to swear at you in the shop. Early 80s. So this little weird pet store up the road from my house, right? Just like a hole in the wall pet store. They had a some kind of monkey in there for like a while. It was like an exotic pet store. They had like exotic pets. And when I say that, it was like some weird different kind of fish that I don't understand. And they had a big iguana in there and like some lizards and shit. But they had a monkey in there as well. And I don't know if they were supposed to have a monkey. Because they got shut down probably not too long after the one time that me and my wife had gone in there, and we didn't know they had a monkey. But yeah, they had a freaking monkey in there just like hanging out. You know, like some people have pet monkeys. It was like that, and it's just in there chilling. Man, the mini goats. Let me tell you this. Okay, so I did have a pet tarantula as a kid. Um, so I guess that's kind of another weird pet. So when I was really little, we had a pet tarantula, and we would put it in one of those clear plastic hamster balls, and we would let it kind of just roam around the house and that. Um, but I was thinking about years ago getting a tarantula during COVID, actually, I think it was, and my wife was going to buy me one, but I decided against it. I really don't want something else to take care of, and I would like to have like uh, I would like to have like a chameleon or like a bearded dragon or something like that. Something cool to put in the studio here, you know, maybe like back here. Just another dude to hang out with, you know. But I don't know if I want to take care of anything else. Yeah, so for some reason it's like places get monkeys and then like I guess they're just not supposed to have them and then people they get reported and then they quickly get rid of them. So mini goats. I would love if I had land. I would have goats for sure, for sure. Like the fainting goats or like the screaming goats. I love those guys. I would have those for sure. I would have a black Phillip, like from The Witch, like an all black goat. Um, yeah, one cat really is enough. One cat, one dog. But you know, it's really a lot to have four cats. And not long ago, my wife was like, "We need another cat. We need another cat." It's like, no, 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 no. Um, and I get it. Like puppies and kittens are cute, and you want them, and you want to just like they're like babies. But you know, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. Especially if you like take them to the vet and do all the stuff that you know you should do. You know, like that shit gets expensive, expensive, expensive. The people that live um a street over from me, so like the back of my house is back behind me, like that wall and then another wall and then my backyard. So like the street behind me that way, there's this house. And actually it's funny that you were talking about where I just said that about people taking care of their pets, but there's a house that is on the street behind me. And all neighborhoods have these houses. This is the one house that like is a rental house. It's just the people that live there are known dealers. They don't take care of their house. They always have the police there. They always have these dogs chained up to trees in their front yard, like 24/7, 365, right? And they don't take care of their dogs. And people are always calling the Humane Society, whatever, to go out there and check on their animals. Uh, but the Humane Society can't do shit about anything as long as the dogs have shelter and a food source and a water source. It doesn't matter if you keep your dog out in a blizzard here in North Carolina, right? It does not matter, which is unfortunate, but those are the rules. And so when we were leaving today, like before you know stream or whatever, we were going over to my in-laws and like there just happened to be like a Humane Society truck pulling up and stopping at their house, I guess, to do another animal check. And it's just like I hate those people so much. They just leave their dogs chained up, whether it's raining, whether it's snowing, whether it's 100 degrees outside. Their dogs are always just outside, just looking miserable. And I get, like, not everybody can afford to, like, take their animals to the vet or whatever the case may be. That shit's way expensive. But, like, at least bring them inside and love them, you know? Especially when, like, the weather's bad. Like, even if you're just like, okay, well, my dog is happy outside. Your dog ain't happy outside when it's cold and freezing and it's raining and when it's sweltering hot. You know, your dog's happy outside when you're happy it's outside, you know? I hate it so much. Yeah. Yeah, so I think I don't know how the UK is in terms of like people loving it and loving to live there and being okay with like stuff. The US is in a pretty shit place right now. And it has been for a long time. It's not really something that's exclusive to the current administration, which isn't making it any better by any means. It's making it worse in my opinion, but it's been going downhill for a long time, and we can't do what's best in the interest of the 99%, the working class people, and vet bills are high, medical expenses are high, dental's outrageous, taxes are through the roof, the healthcare system's broken, the infrastructure's broken. It's basically like we put on this glimmering show for the rest of the world that America is this great land of freedom and opportunity. And really what separates us from a lot of other places is it's just kind of like we put up this facade. There's a lot of great stuff here, you know. Like I don't have to worry about my house being bombed. You know, that's great. That's fantastic. Amazing, you know. But there's a lot of other like regulations and rules and laws and stuff that just suck. Suck. Um, so I'm a big proponent of going back to talking about animals is like, our animals are basically like our kids, right? So they really rely on you for food, safety, shelter, so on and so forth, right? That's why all my cats are inside, outside cats, right? Except for one, the fat cat, she's 99% of the time inside. Like she goes outside, but she doesn't leave like our back deck, doesn't leave our front porch pretty much, right? We keep a very close eye on her because she's kind of like a smaller statured cat, and we just feel like she's more fragile than the other cats. So we kind of feel like she wanders into the wrong yard around here, then it's not going to be good because there is a lot of people with bigger dogs in my neighborhood. We just feel like she'll either get lost or she will get eaten by a dog. My other cats, though, they're just normal sized cats, and you know they come and go as they please. And Simon, you know, he's with me 24/7. If I'm outside, he's outside. If I'm inside, he's inside. Um, 20,000. Boss dog had to have an eye removed. You know, that's the thing is like, what do you do at that point? Because the vet basically tells you, you know, oh, well, we got to do this. It's $20,000 or we're going to have to put your dog down. And it's like, are you fucking kidding me? Like $20,000. It's going to take you guys. I understand there's a lot of like specialty tools, surgical tools you got to use and anesthesia and all that, but there's no way that shit costs $20,000. No way, right? I understand there may be a staff of 4 of you guys here. Like, can you honestly tell me that I need to pay you guys more than $200 an hour a piece to do this, and then pay another more than $500 in supplies to make this happen. I understand, like, maybe like $3,000, right? And to me, that's even expensive, but like $3,000, you know? But like $20,000, are you kidding me? I can buy like fucking 2 used cars for that. You know what I mean? You can put a down payment on a house for that. But I would do it. I would do it somehow. Like, you know, I would have to do it. Just my conscience wouldn't let me live with myself otherwise if I didn't do it. Simon's around. Simon was in here earlier, but I guess he got hot or something, because I do have the heat on in here. And he probably wanted to get in his bed and go to sleep. So he wanted out of the studio a little bit. I had to get up and let him out. Old Psy guy. I think he's like 13 now. Simon's getting up there in age. So the neighbors, the shitty neighbors that are shitty to their animals, they do have dog houses, but the dog houses are like kind of like those plastic ones you get from Walmart, which is fine. Like, those are okay dog houses, but it's just not. It's not enough. It's not enough. Just the way their whole setup, it's not enough. They're just trash people. Like, a lot of times you can just, it's a mom and it's her teenage adult son that lives there. When I say teenage adult, it's probably like 18, early 20s, and you hear them just screaming at the top of their lungs at each other like a lot of the time. And they're the only people in the neighborhood like that. And it's because, and this is nothing wrong with people renting property, because I did it for years and years and years, and not everybody can afford to buy, especially nowadays. But like, they're like the only rental house here, and we can't get rid of them because the landlord refuses to kick them out because they somehow pay their rent, you know. So they're just terrible, you know. They're just terrible. And like I said, when you see somebody that is clearly strung out, doing whatever kind of drugs they do, you know what I mean? It's just not a good look for your neighborhood. They are the people that aliens target, yeah. And honestly, they're like, you go by their house, and they're the only house that just has like trash in their front yard, just shit. It looks like they're like remodeling their house 365 days of the year, but they're not remodeling their house. They just have like, here's some random 2x4s and here's some random plywood, but it's not like new stuff. It's stuff that looks like it was rotted that they pulled out of their house. There's probably not a floor in their house. I don't know what they got going on. I know that some places allow you to like file petitions against certain people's houses and just say, hey, they're a public nuisance, and the city will make them clean up. And I think people have done it against these people before, but I mean, like, they're just gonna keep doing the same shit. They don't care. But you can't like really force people to move out. And the landlord is a slumlord. He don't give a shit because his property looks like shit. So it's kind of like, what do you do at this point? Well, I'm glad that you got out of there, Memory, just for the simple fact of it's nice to have a little bit of peace and quiet. Well, that's good. But you don't find needles anymore. Kind of a quiet place for LA. I bet LA is, you know, obviously can be wild in some places, but I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jed, I've never been there. Always wanted to go, obviously, but never been. I feel like it's one of those places that, like, just mind your business. You know what I mean? Like, people give it a bad rap, but just mind your business. You know, don't go looking for trouble and you'll be all right. That's how a lot of big cities are that I've been to, though. It's just like everybody talks about, oh, this place is bad. Don't go over here at nighttime. Don't do this. And it's like, you just don't go over there acting like an idiot. You just mind your business. You don't like be looking at people all weird. You know what I mean? Don't be like taking photos of their house or whatever it is that people do. You know, just mind your business. I had to put down the weapon last night. Was that a domestic dispute or was it a police saying that? So I will tell you guys this. There is a guy. He lives alone. I think his adult son lives with him now. On my street, lives up on the corner. He seems like an okay guy. Doesn't cause trouble, doesn't do anything. But every once in a while, he has like a weird let me back up this story. So, he has a really nice house. He has one of the nicer houses in the neighborhood up on the street. He works on his house almost every single day. He's always out there doing something, replacing the siding, doing something to his trees, replacing the windows. He's always doing something, right? I think he's on disability, long-term disability. He did something to his back. I think he's like a carpenter, or like a handyman or something like that. So he's always out there working on his house. His house is pretty much immaculate from the outside. But I think through his disability, whatever injury he has, he got real bad into like narcotics, pain pills, and like some other stuff. And every once in a while, he has just this crazy blow up, right? To where like he'll go outside. He has a sidewalk in front of his house. He'll go outside and he will like have no shoes on. He'll be barefoot. He'll have like maybe just some basketball shorts on. And this dude's probably in his late to late 40s, early 50s. No shirt on, and he'll just go out there and he'll just pass out on the sidewalk in front of his house. Just dead, passed out. Last year he had this blow up where I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden he started screaming in the middle of the street. And he started screaming at his neighbors, and then the preacher that lives adjacent to me screaming at them. So he told my preacher, my neighbor that lives adjacent to me, which is a preacher, to go fuck himself. And it was the most like hilarious but sad thing, because that preacher guy is like 70 some years old, and this dude was just making a scene, yelling at everybody. And I think he was just having like a bad trip on something. And I was like, what the hell? You know? So yeah. But he didn't say anything to me and my family and my wife. And, you know, we were outside because we were listening. We were just like, but he was like cussing all the neighbors and like flipping them off and doing all kinds of stuff. And everybody's just out in their yards like, what the hell is going on? Because it was brought on by nothing. And so yeah, that guy had a random flip out, which was nice, I guess. Yeah, he told my preacher. Yeah, it's not my preacher. I don't have one, but my neighbor that lives across the street, that's a preacher. The people that justified my Halloween decorations. Yeah, so I thought that was insane, you know. That shit happens every once in a while. What else happens in my neighborhood other than all the trees falling constantly trying to kill everybody? After Hurricane Helene came through, right? That big hurricane we had that basically decimated western North Carolina. Man, my neighborhood is still kind of looking like a war zone with all the fallen trees everywhere. People just have trees laying in their yard that's sawed up. You know, there's just trees laying in the woods and in people's backyards and stuff. It's just insane of how many like trees went down through just even my neighborhood and my area. It's crazy. Crazy. Local dude that every now and then walks into town naked. Haven't seen him for about 2 years. You think social services have him somewhere? Hopefully he's still alive. Poor man, just, he's just out there walking around in his birthday suit. So when I first moved to the town I live in, right? When I first met my wife, this was like in 2015. No, not 2015, 2009. I was thinking when I moved into my house. 2009. There was this old man, so kind of the same as what you're talking about, memory, except he wasn't naked. He would dress up as like Wonder Woman, and he would dress up as like a woman. This dude was probably like 70 something. His name was Willard, and he would just dress up and walk around town. He pretty much was. He wasn't homeless. He had a house, but he just kind of like, I think he lived off of Social Security or disability or something, and he would just kind of walk around all day, and he would be dressed as Wonder Woman. I'm talking about full-on Wonder Woman suit, right? Or like whatever. He would have the wig on and all that, and he would just walk around, and he was kind of like a local celebrity. There used to be videos of him online. I wonder if I could find any. Willard. Let me see. Oh, right here. Oh, here's a Willard Blevins. Okay, hang on. This is 1:36. All right, this is legit the guy right here. All right, let me bring this up. Like I said, I know this is gonna be weird because of the thing here. Hey, memory, while I'm talking about it and trying to load this up, are you gonna play Kingdom Come 2 Deliverance? Here. Hey, memory, while I'm talking about it and trying to load this up, are you gonna play Kingdom Come 2 Deliverance? Check this out. Here's Willard Blevins. He's probably not public domain.
I've seen my good days and I've seen my bad days. That's why that guy said I freak him out. You might call it. I look just. I ain't a woman, but I look like a real woman. So I guess it's the way my personality is and everything. I got a good personality about it. Yeah, they say I'm crazy, but hey, I'm crazy and know it, and they're crazy and don't know it. You've heard the old saying, people's talking about you. When your ears burn, mine burns all the time.
Hell yeah. I'm just saying, that was the local celebrity. Did this movie ever come out? I would watch this. So apparently he died is what somebody's saying in these comments. So I know he went to like a assisted living facility. But yeah, so apparently he died in there. Wow. Okay. Apparently that dude never. Apparently this guy never made the movie. That sucks. That would have been fun. Would have been fun. Is that Cotton from King in the Hill wig? Very, very likely. Very likely. Yeah, so that's North Carolina for you. That's old Willard. Yeah, but you used to see him walking around all over the place, just fully dressed up, looking nice. And wait a minute, chat. Are we in horizontal? Are we in horizontal? How do we get in horizontal mode? How long have we been horizontal? How long has this been a thing? Wow, okay, so it just changed on its own? I gotta figure this out. This is like really screwing with me. Only since Willard? Wow, so maybe that's strange. Wonder why. Yeah, so memory apparently there's a way that I can stream, like dual stream vertical and horizontal. The vertical stream, and it's two different streams, but they're both going to YouTube. The vertical stream is supposed to go to YouTube Shorts and be in that feed. Like, if you're ever going through YouTube Shorts and you see random live streams, right? That's the point of the vertical one, right? And then the horizontal one is supposed to just be the main one, right? Like a regular live stream that you'd watch on the channel. So I'm trying to figure out how to do it, but apparently I screwed it up somehow. So for the first, 4 hours of the stream, it defaulted to just being vertical for some reason. I have no idea why. Until it just switched just now. So that's why it's been like vertical and all this weirdness going on. So I'm trying to figure that out to hopefully maybe just be thrown into the come find me section in YouTube Shorts. And then maybe get some extra people in here. But yeah, that's weird. Yeah, dual streams, they sound cool. I mean, I normally stream here, I stream to Twitch, I stream to X, but I'm going away from X because of, Elon Musk being a crazy person. So I'm not gonna stream there. I'm not gonna have any more activity over there after very soon. Like, I'm not streaming there tonight like I have been. And then if Twitch just continues to be like a kind of a dud for the Cinema Creep channel, Cinema Creep community, I'll probably stop streaming over there, just not to waste the bandwidth, I guess. And I'm going to try to figure out TikTok for Cinema Creep, and then maybe eventually try to stream over there. I know there's like rules that go into that though. Let me see. I don't know how many I don't know anything about TikTok, but how many is it followers over there on TikTok? Is that what they're called? You gotta have a certain amount of followers to live stream on TikTok, I think. At least 1,000 followers to live stream. Wow. I don't know if that would take forever or not. Holy hell. So, just started a Cinema Creep TikTok on our last stream, but I haven't uploaded anything over there yet, so. But I'll eventually get busy doing that. Day 21 here. Go in 5. Start at 8:30. Yeah, so it's 3:22 in the morning here right now. But if it's a weekday, if it's like a Tuesday through Friday, and I see that you're live streaming, I'll hop in for sure. You know, for sure, for sure. You have less than 1,000 and you can live stream on TikTok. Yeah, see, I don't know. That's just what Google says. I don't know if this is real or not. What does this say? Originally needed 1K followers, but now it's okay. So now it's been lowered to 200. It's 1K for those who struggle with that. There are companies like marketing. What? So people are telling different things. This person says they have 569 followers, but they can live stream. I don't know. We'll figure it out eventually when we get there. You don't stream on TikTok, Boom Squad? Can you like multi-stream the way you do it? So what did I use for the music for Tape Tuesday? It's just some royalty-free stuff I found. I didn't make that one, unfortunately. So I pay monthly for a website called Motion Array, and they have a bunch of just stuff that you get access to if you pay monthly. I think I pay like $30-some a month for it. And they have like music, they have like some motion graphics and stuff like that. Just a bunch of shit. I hardly ever use it, but I made that video in all of 20 minutes. You know, I quickly recorded everything and I threw the edit together real fast. And I thought it was just a fun, quick little video. So maybe eventually I'll get a soundtrack together for it. I'll make something for it. But yeah, that one's it's just some royalty stuff that I pay for. So some royalty free stuff that I pay for. I thought it was a fun little song though. So Tape Tuesday. Every Tuesday, I'm gonna put up a little YouTube short. And that's gonna be the kind of stuff that you see once I get the Cinema Creep TikTok going, is little shorts like that. You know, that and like the horror trivia and stuff like that. Like a lot of stuff that I do on the shorts is just going to be what's uploaded over there. And a lot of the shorts that I already have over here on YouTube, I'm just going to re-upload over there. So like if you follow that, and if you don't, I'm not gonna be mad if you guys don't follow me over there. That's completely cool. But I'm going to probably just re-upload every short I have on this channel over there just to get some content over there, and then continue on with making shorts and stuff and just uploading them over there as well. So everything you see here, you'll also see over there. So you used to sub to Epidemic Sounds. So I used to sub to Epidemic Sounds. Epidemic Sounds was cool when I was doing like a lot of stuff on the other channel. And then I got rid of it because I was paying for Epidemic Sounds, I was paying for Motion Array, I was paying for also Licked, and you know, I got rid of Epidemic Sounds first, then I got rid of Licked, and I still have Motion Array because it's good enough. There's no music that I can put in my YouTube videos that I actually like. That is copyright free. Like unless I make it, you know, there's nothing that I've put in my videos that I like unless it's been copywritten, right? So like the last couple videos on my last channel and some of the stuff during the 100 series vlogs that I did on the Drucifer channel, like that stuff had some good music in there, but that's because I was paying for some of it via Licked, or I just stopped caring. You know, because I think a good video needs a good soundtrack, you know? And a lot of times I'm not willing to compromise, or now anymore, right? Like, let's talk about current state. I'm not willing to compromise and just put shitty music in my videos because I have to. I would rather just not monetize the video, get a copyright strike, and put good music in there. You know, that's just my mentality anymore. And the same with like the other channel. When I pick that back up, it's gonna be that same thing. You know, I'm eventually gonna start uploading over there again. But it'll be a little bit different over there. Memory, I appreciate you coming in as always. Good luck at work. Stay creepy. Come back Friday. Come back Friday night. We'll be streaming again on Friday. So I think we're gonna spend another about 5-10 minutes here, creeps, before we shut it down for the evening. We've been live for 4 hours and 10 minutes, which is wild. I can't believe it's already been 4 hours and 10 minutes. We didn't game very long tonight. You know, I'm gonna get ahead a little bit on Resident Evil 4, probably off stream. Get a little bit ahead. That way we don't spend 30 live streams playing that game. So does anybody want to check out any movies or check out any trailers or shout anything out before we go? Boom Squad. Boom Squad, Boom Squad. So, I'm going to shout out Boom Squad, right? Boom Squad, Brandon. So, you know, my man over here, he live streams gameplay. You know, if you guys ever want to watch gameplay, it's not necessarily always horror. It is whatever he feels like playing. But if you got interest, you know, you can click through to his channel, and he streams primarily on Twitch. Yeah, let's look up the Friendship trailer. It's a good way to end it, since we're all friends here, Frank. Let's watch the Friendship trailer to complete our stream for the night. I like how you brought that full circle for us, Frank. All right, let's see. All right, cool. Now we actually have a full-on screen. All right, so Friendship. This is a comedy, 2024, rated R, 1 hour and 37 minutes. When a new neighbor, Brian, threatens his quiet life, Craig Waterman struggles to protect his family's security. Directed by Andrew D. Young and written by Andrew D. Young. Who's in this? So, Kate Mara, Meredith Garrettson, Tim Robinson, Raphael Spargy, Connor O'Malley, Paul Rudd is in this, Josh Segarra, Josh Glasser. I suck at names. And I challenge you guys to say this guy's last name, John Cinetempo. Cinetempo. Cool. Let's watch the trailer. All right. Let me enlarge this. Here we go.
Hello? Howdy. Howdy.
Honey, the new neighbor invited you over for a drink at 8 tonight. I said you'd go.
You don't know my schedule.
You sit there every night. Might be nice to have a pal, you know, a bud.
Hey guys, this is my neighbor Craig. He's the best.
Why does this feel like a horror movie?
I was just spiraling. I mean, I see the way the guys look at her. I'm scared.
Sheila's lucky to have a dad like you. Boy, you should know that I've got you on my mind, your secret admirer. I've been watching you at night. I think
What the fuck?
I want to be your baby.
If your game is on, give me a call, boo. If your love is strong,
I can see the future. It's full of pals. I'm on the edge of life, and the view is gorgeous.
Look, we had a couple of really nice hangs, but I think it best that we go our separate ways. I don't wish to continue this friendship.
accepted me way too fast. You can't do that. You made me feel too free. People need rules.
You should be dead, you psycho! Who are you?
Give me a second chance. Get to know me. There's a new Marvel out that's supposed to be nuts. We should go see that.
Okay, so I'm all in. I'm all in. So I like how this is a comedy, but it feels dark, right? Like I was saying, how is this labeled as a comedy that started feeling like horror? But it's like I don't want to say like a dark comedy, maybe a dark comedy, but this seems awesome. It does feel like a horror movie, right, Jet? Like, so good call out, Frank. Because I don't know if this would have landed on my radar any other way. Just being labeled comedy, I probably would have skipped over it. This looks gnarly. And you know what? Like, honestly, when you think about real life horror, right? This is like real life horror, you know? And because this is the kind of shit that happens in real life. You know what I mean? It's people like this guy, you know what I mean, that it's gonna kill you. It's not like of course there's people out there like Zodiac and Richard Ramirez, right? But the likelihood of that happening is very slim. It's like people like this, you know what I mean? People like this neighbor guy, you know, that you befriend and then something happens and you're like, he's a weirdo, and then he kills you, right? So that's the scary shit right there, because to me, those are the scarier type movies because they're so much more steeped in realism. Is this out? When does this come out? You got me interested now, Frank. When is this supposed to come out? Let me see here. Let's see. Obviously not released yet, is it? Oh, okay, May 2025. Yeah, it's May 2025. Creeps. World premiere at the Toronto International Film Festival, September 8th, 2024. Okay, so it's going to be theatrically released. So that means if it comes out in May, I won't get to see it probably till June or July, unfortunately, because this is not one that will play in a theater near me or next to me, should I say. So, wow. Okay. Looks good, though. Yeah. The singing scene is great. Yeah, I was like, what the shit? Do you ever, like, find yourself in social settings that make you feel weird? That, like, you're not equipped to deal with, right? Like, if you've ever been in like a scenario like that, right? So like where all those guys start singing, I've been kind of in a scenario like that before. Where people started singing. And I was just there awkwardly, like it was like an out of body experience. Like I was like, this is the weirdest cult shit I've ever experienced in my life. Like, how is this happening? You know? And I'm gonna not go into too much detail here, right? But there was recently an event that happened, right, where somebody died, and you know, it was like a public thing, and I was involved, right? Like obviously not in the person's death or anything, but like everybody was sad and everybody was crying and everybody was hugging, and I was just like, just like an out of body experience. Like, how am I supposed to behave right now? Like, this is so awkward to me. You know what I mean? Like, it's really strange a lot of times when it's just like things happen and I'm just like, how am I supposed to process this information that's going on? You know what I mean? Like, what is happening? I don't know. Maybe that just, says something about me. Maybe I'm a weirdo. I don't know. Maybe it's sociopathic behavior. I don't know. But it's just like, it makes me feel uncomfortable. Watching other people grieve makes me feel uncomfortable. Not necessarily sad. I feel sad about things like that happening, people dying and stuff, but it just makes me feel uncomfortable. It makes me feel awkward. It makes me want to get the fuck as far away from it as possible. And the same with like people singing like that. You know what I mean? Like people singing in public and in social settings. So in my late teenage years, early 20s, right? So early 2000s and 2000 to like 2009, right? There was a big thing about there wasn't a big thing. Let me reword this. So I played in a lot of bands, and I always hung around a lot of people that were musically inclined, right? Whether they were good or they were bad. But there was always those guys who would have an acoustic guitar, right? And you're going to a get together at somebody's house, or like a house party, or just like a get together with friends, and somebody always invites the guy with the guitar, right? And I'm not talking about the bar guy that wants to play Wonderwall, right? Oasis Wonderwall. I'm not talking about that guy. That would have been great if that would have been what it was, you know. But it was always some dude with a guitar singing, but screaming at the top of his lungs in a very singing type fashion. Some sort of like I don't know, like sad boy shit to the max. It was like the most sad boy emo stuff ever, and that's fine. That music is cool, but it was just always the most uncomfortable feeling of like some dude just like whipping his guitar out, and then he just starts strumming on it like a madman, and then just belting out as loud as he could singing. And I'm like, the confidence of this fucking guy is off the charts, you know? And there was always just 2 or 3 guys that I knew, right? Secondhand knew, like they weren't like my people, right? But they were like people that I knew them, but they were always there. They were always at like these get-togethers and stuff, and it's just like, what is happening? And then every once in a while you would have just like a group of people like singing together these songs. And I'm like, first of all, how do you all know this song? Because I've never heard that song in my life, but you guys all know it. 2, none of y'all can sing. 3, the guy's hardly playing the guitar and just banging on it. What is happening? It just makes you feel uncomfortable. So yeah, so I can relate to that movie. Silverbat, what's up? Glad that you came in.
Hail to the king, baby.
We're actually about to hop off here. Very, 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 very soon. Because we've been live for 4 hours and 24 minutes. 4 hours and 24 minutes. We've talked about a lot of stupidity. Aliens, cats, guys in acoustic guitars. Played some Resident Evil 4. Talked about dogs for probably 45 minutes. I'm pretty sure that Frank has $1 million movie ideas. It's been a wild one. You know, we've gone up and down through vertical streaming to horizontal streaming. It's been a wild ride of a stream here. But yeah, so social settings make me feel awkward sometimes. It's kind of like when people start fighting in public too. Like when couples start yelling at each other in public, or like if you've ever seen anybody like expressing too much PDA, right? Like if you ever seen anybody making out in public and you're just kind of like, or like having friends like make out around you and you're just like, what do I do now? You know, like it's the strangest thing. Especially when people fight. Like how are you supposed to act? You know? Like if it's just like a heated argument, like when you were a kid, right? And when you were a kid and your friends' parents started yelling at them and you're just there like, you know, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to leave? You know, or am I supposed to just hang out here and watch my friend get shamed by his parents? You know, you know, I don't know. That's always been awkward too because, you know, I would normally take my friend's parents' side because my friends were normally being jerks to their parents, and I'm like, you know, you really are kind of an asshole to your mom there. Yeah, it makes me feel awkward. It's one of those situations where I'll intervene if I have to, right, Nick? Like if it's like something that somebody needs my help, I would do that. But if it's just like people just like yelling at each other, I'm just like, well, because I told you guys about the story about me getting sucker punched trying to help break up a fight, you know. So I'll step in and try and help out if I need to or I feel like I need to, but you know, it just makes me feel awkward. People are just out here acting crazy, just singing, making out in front of other people, you know, fighting in the streets, airing all their dirty laundry. I said, help. But yeah, Friendship looks like a good movie. Frank, that was a good one to bring us home, I think. It's a good way to round up the stream. Yeah, sometimes that's the best course of action. Just stay away from it. You know, again, like we were talking about earlier with Jet, sometimes you just got to mind your business, right? You know, just keep your head down because sometimes it's not even like worth helping because you might just get tied up in the wrong thing and get sucker punched like your boy, or, you know, even worse now, right? Just get freaking could get shot, could get stabbed, right? Sometimes it's worse to step in. All right, Frank, you're gonna sing for us. Lead us in the Cinema Creep hymn. Best course of action is always just walk away. Just separate yourself, even from the acoustic guy in the singing group of weirdos. You know, just leave. Unless you're part of the singing group of weirdos. And then, by all means, join in. So, the whole point of this discussion here, Silverbrat, is the movie Friendship. We just watched the trailer for it, and it's a very strange movie. And there's a scene in it where this guy, he befriends a new group of guys, and he's sitting in the basement, and they're talking, and then they all start singing together, and it's really strange. Black eyes running my family. Yes. Black eyes running my family. All right, so I guess I'm out of shit to talk about tonight, to be honest with you guys. 4 hours in. I'll have some new stuff to talk to you guys about on Friday. I will not cancel the Friday night live stream this week unless, I get hospitalized or something crazy happens. So we will be here on Friday night. But the last couple of Friday night creep shows, they have been canceled.
Give me some sugar, baby.
Unfortunately, but, this one will not be canceled. So, so don't forget, if you guys haven't watched the Boy Is Mine remix, thanks for following, by the way. Hope you're not a bot account. Over on Twitch. Also, what was it? The Phantom Carriage. Don't forget to watch that movie if you haven't before Friday, so we can talk about it. Because that was the one that Silverbat picked out like 3 weeks ago that we were supposed to talk about that we have not talked about yet. So that's it. Phantom Carriage. We're going to be watching that. I think we're going to watch Sweeney Todd as our main event on Friday night, or that's what I'm leaning towards now, unless I find something else. But I think it's going to be Sweeney Todd from 1928. So if you haven't seen it, then this will be good. I've never seen the 1928 version, so there it is on IMDb if you want to check it out. But yeah, so a man dreams he's the demon barber who cuts sailors' throats for jewels and uses the corpse for pies, right? So Sweeney Todd, 1928, directed by Walter West, written by George Dibdin Pitt. And I've only ever seen the Johnny Depp one, so this is going to be a fun watch for me. And I would like to actually maybe learn more about like the story, where it originated from. I don't know if it was written for this movie. I don't know if it was a book. I don't know if it was an urban legend or what Sweeney Todd was, So, however, we'll look into that more on Friday. So, cool. So Sweeney Todd, and that about sums it up for this one, guys. I think that hopefully I will have this vertical streaming thing working correctly on Friday. Not that it really matters to you guys, but I'm going to have it figured out. We won't be vertical and horizontal streaming. We will be just horizontal streaming here as usual, but hopefully doing the vertical stuff, elsewhere. So there won't be any kind of crazy back and forth. But other than that, I appreciate you guys. If you haven't, and hang on, and you're interested, I would say, hang on.
Part 1.
Holy hell. Holy shit. Why does everything have to be full blast all the time? Okay, sorry. If you haven't, and you aren't aware, we're starting the Cinema Creep TikTok channel. So if you want to follow over there, there is nothing there right now, but that's going to change really quick over the coming days. So if you're interested, follow us over there, because there and YouTube is the best places, I guess, to find me currently. So check out both places. Other than that, creeps, I appreciate all of you guys. I will see you guys on Friday night. And as always, you guys stay creepy, and I will see you guys on the next one.